Yo, 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 yo. My video got knocked out again for whatever reason, the intro video. So I'm going to play it. Please stand for the national anthem. Put your hand over your heart.
So this is really who Donald Trump chose as his running mate?
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I never racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him.
Pump that in the club. Holy shit. I would love to. So anyways, Miss Jen sent me a Epstein file thing. I kind of want to do the Marco Rubio shit first. I understand it's like the easy thing, guys. The easy thing. I think we're all addicted. At least I am. I'll speak for myself. I won't speak for you. We're all addicted to consistent drama. Right? And wait, where the fuck is it? I was literally watching it. What? Huh? I thought it was on Hutch. What happened? Hold on. Let me find something real quick before I start talking. There was a live and learn drama that was clipped up somewhere. What? What happened? What happened? Hi, good morning, everyone. This is the one I was watching. This is the one that Jen Winkler sent me. I was watching that too. There's a video called Moon Ninjas. I was watching that. Classic. Piker versus... Oh, okay. This was it. It was on Hutch. Okay, I didn't recognize the thumb or the title. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, all right. So
you're saying
sorry. Let me finish Jeffrey the thought. I started watching this, and I wasn't getting mad or anything. I'm not mad, but I think we're all addicted to some level of drama, and what I mean by that is, I'll just be real. Whenever I've been a critic of Destiny associating with food shops, because I think food shops is not only a brand risk, but also has like really bad ideas when it comes to lolicon, which is basically Japanese cartoon drawings of children in a lewd context. I think that's the most polite way to put it. So since I've been a critic of Steven's association with food shops, whenever food shops gets into a beef and Hassan Piker is dunking on her, or Loner Box is dunking on her, or she's trying to dunk on those characters, or J Stalker Queeman are dunking on her, or something like that. Like I'm watching that content. You know what I'm saying? Because it's somebody. I don't have a personal dislike for food shops, but I do think that they're a potentially toxic influence on DGG, a potentially toxic optical issue for DGG and Steven, that Steven has willfully chosen, which I think is stupid as hell. But whatever, he's a grown ass man. He can make his own decisions. So anyways, so all that drama I love watching. The Ethan Klein Hassan drama, not as much. I don't care about Ethan Klein and Hassan, but if I'm bored, I'll watch it. If there's a lefty that commentary is making fun of and they're broke as hell, like there's some bread tuber who's broke and they're going to their audience crying and being like, oh, Patreon hasn't been doing as well as it used to. Nobody's watching my YouTube videos. I get some level of like schadenfreude out of holier than thou, self-righteous, shitty leftists complaining about how they're broke. I'll watch that endlessly. So anyways, to say all that, there's dumb, unproductive, silly content that I consistently engage with that has no resolution. And that's what I was going to say is the live and learn stuff is for me. Because the truth is, the liberals are going to say, hey, we need to be pragmatic, and realistically, most of the population is pretty liberal, and we're probably not destroying all of capitalism overnight. So if the leftists could be a little bit less utopian and idealistic and shitty and toxic, and if they could think a little bit more incrementally, that would be great. And then the leftists go, have you ever thought about the fact that there's a genocide going on in Gaza? Have you ever thought about the fact that your perspectives on Lenin and Stalin and Mao and the Khmer Rouge and the Shining Path, have you ever thought that that was all State Department propaganda? Have you even read Noam Chomsky? Have you even read Queer Theory? And then I just get to laugh because for me, it's like, this is why I would never be in an alliance or attempt to build a coalition with leftists, is because they fucking suck. They're like terrible. Like, at least with dissident right-wing people, they have interesting ideas. At least they want to like colonize space or reintegrate. They want to do like genetic CRISPR shit, or they want to become transhuman robots, or they want to clone cat people to have sex with. You know, at least on the dissident right, there's like some weird ideas that are at least interesting to play with. On the far left, it's just fucking self-righteous, indignant, navel-gazing, revolutionary bullshit. It sucks. It sucks so bad. So watching, because I like to throw stones from the side, right? I like to throw stones. I like to throw stones at the leftists, obviously, but I also like to throw stones at the liberals. So watching the liberals get like frustrated with leftists, it's Schadenfreude for me. And I think it might be to some degree for you. It might be Schadenfreude as well. If you're a frustrated liberal who's like, God, you know, I hate that the leftists are a part of my coalition. I just need them to not be dumbasses. There might be some element of Schadenfreude there, but it's easy content. And I don't think it's particularly productive. And I don't think I'm going to have anything new to say. So I kind of want to do the Marco Rubio EU speech first. And Chud Logic is back. Hopefully he does a beefing with Nick DiOrio segment. Speaking of segments that I'll watch religiously, even though there's no resolution, the Nick DiOrio Chud Logic bridge burn has been interesting to me. So let's take a look at what was the other thing I was going to do? Marco Rubio Munich speech. Is that it? Munich, Switzerland, 29 minutes. Oh yeah, I could make that 2 hours for sure. That's easy content. That's easy content. All day. I could be like, damn, I wish Marco Rubio still had a soul. Wouldn't that be great? Anyways, so this will be probably our first segment. Our first segment will be, damn, I wish Marco Rubio still had a soul. Then my second segment, or like segment 1.5, will be Jen Winkler sent me another thing about Epstein, where apparently this article is alleging that all the Pizzagate, Wayfair, 4chan, pedo panic of the late 2010s was effectively done by Jeffrey Epstein and Steve Bannon to distract from Jeffrey Epstein and Steve Bannon, which is actually kind of wild. Like, I actually hope it's not just allegations. I hope there's some evidence for that perspective. That would be hilarious. And then I guess unless there's something that's popping off that we really want to do, we'll just do the Pisco, who wants to be in a coalition with progressives and leftists, and Soy Pill, who wants to be in a coalition with progressives and leftists, give Hutch shit for being too aggressive about criticizing Hassan Piker. And then Hutch goes, well, fuck you. I think it's necessary. You know, like that. I mean, what am I going to do? Like, what else am I going to say? Right. Like, that's the whole drama. Is these guys want to be in a coalition with leftists and progressives because they think it's necessary for electoral power. And then this motherfucker goes, what? Yeah, but they're dumbasses and they need to come with us. We don't need to go with them. So Silver says, please don't make it 2 hours. All he says is white heritage, good white heritage, best heritage, white heritage, brown people are corrupting us. Bullshit. Marco Rubio, a fucking Cuban. X to doubt, Silver. X to fucking doubt. IRI is pretty fly for a white guy. That's true. All right, let me just check in with chat. You know me. I like to say that I'm going to get right into content, and then I like to take 45 minutes to an hour just to engage with chat before the show starts. And to be honest, guys, I'm hurting. I don't know what it is. Maybe sleep has been particularly shitty. Maybe the logistics of running content has been getting to me. Maybe personal life shit has been dragging me down. I don't know what it is, but I am dragging ass today to the point that I was like, I need a day off. I should have taken the day off, but I knew I wanted to give y'all a heads up. Number one, number two, if I take a day off, I kind of need to I need to plan it a little bit. Oh, I also caught a cold, but it was like a really pussy cold. So it's not the kind of cold that you call out of work for. It's the kind of cold that you just go, eh. Tomorrow I do have a meeting, an important meeting at 1:30 p.m. So tomorrow is either a short day or I'm just taking it off because once again I feel like shit. So I don't know. I'll keep you posted. But anyways, Philip Coffey, good morning. Good morning, Philip Coffey. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a lurker, and thank you for your oil yesterday. Very much appreciated. Hedonic Samuel says, drop the beat. True. Samson says, never get old. Keep that attitude. Keep that attitude, especially if we have a JD Vance electoral run and if we have a JD Vance presidency. We're definitely going to be keeping that song. Salda says, lol. I don't know what that's in reference to. Philip Coffey says, I find myself singing it as I make breakfast in the morning sometimes. That's good. That's a good problem. Horse God says, drop the beat. Indeed. Hedonic Samuel says, aw, little Marco. Me too. That's how I feel about little Marco. I wish he was cute. I wish he still had a soul. Jim Baker says, greetings, Connor and Cog. Good morning, my favorite FBI employee, Jim Baker. I hope you're doing well. Real Serious says, hello, mates. Hello to you, King. Tyler Pham is waving. Hi, Tyler Pham. Hi, Dana Calico Cloud. Conserve Liberalism says, third, like reporting in. Step it up, people. I'm late and I'm third. True. Like the stream. It's free. Engage with chat. Not only is it free, but we have 3,000 IQ Giga Chads and Giga Stacies. We do have a small community, but we have one of the best communities in Twitch and YouTube politics. Super chats if you got them. Obviously, if you're brokies, you're just paying your bills, you're surviving. I don't need your money. I like your money. I don't need your money. And then if you're an oiler and you got oil. If you don't have oil, if you've already oiled in the past, if you're tapped out, if you have to do your budget in order to take care of your dog, or you have to do your budget because you just got laid off from your high power job and you're looking for your next high power job. If you're an oiler and your country's at war and you need to spend some of your money on, FPV drones in order to blow up the Russians that are immediately outside of your city and they're on the verge of taking your city, then take care of yourself first. I'm not rich, but I'm doing okay. So like my bills are mostly paid on time. Mostly. Key operative word. Conservative liberalism says potentially toxic. You think the person who said they wanted to wrap themselves around a 12-year-old might have some baggage, you say? Conservative liberalism, it seems obvious to me, but once again, yesterday I was arguing with different elements of chat because I was like, look at all these documented intel, relationships and all of this crazy CIA history. And then look at all of this pedophilia and look at all of this, pedophilia relational history. And then look about how the pedophilia didn't get punished as aggressively as it would be if this guy wasn't super connected and a billionaire. And people were like, you're crazy, Connor, to try to tie those two concepts together. What are you, a conspiracy theorist? And then I almost had a fucking stroke. That's actually what happened yesterday. It's not a lot of people. It's only 2 or 3 people in chat who think I'm crazy for combining those two concepts into a unified theory of Jeffrey Epstein's bad behavior. But, the 2 or 3 people who are like, until I get an email saying that Alex Acosta gave him a sweetheart deal because of his intel ties, I don't believe it, even though he got a 1.5-year sentence for crimes that would have put anybody else in jail for a century. And it's like, okay, whatever. Fucking whatever. And I do blame Destiny. I'm really not trying to be angry and bitter and shitty about it, but I blame Destiny. There's no fucking way that you can look at the situation as a normal, rational person and not infer, hey, all of the intel connections might have had an impact on the pedophilia. It's actually not that hard of a stretch. But because, because Destiny likes to be contrarian and be like, I'm going to wait until the jury's out. I don't know about this. I don't know about this Epstein guy. It's like, all right, fuck it. Fuck it. Can you tell that I'm getting like extra angry and pissed off right now? Can you tell that the wife is out with the youngest son for a medical appointment so I can be extra unhinged super early? Because that's what's happening. Zenith says, I had my interview yesterday. In a few days, I'll know if I'm hired. Excellent, Zenith. I'm going to say a little prayer for you. I'm going to knock on some wood. I just knocked on some wood. I hope they hire you, and I hope they give you 20% above your asking salary. Silver says, good luck, exclamation point. Thank you. Silver says, on the hunt myself, eyeballs open. True. Jeb Cush says, morning, coggers. Good morning. Dana Calico Cloud says, pre-caffeine so far, eyes kind of open. Hope you were doing well. Real serious. True. Homie's always throwing stones at the cat people. Randy Chang. True. It's because I think that Peter Thiel is making cat people to have sex with. Sean Kaplan says, isn't left-wing Andrew Wang pro all the cool future shit? He is, but he's still like a technocratic liberal. I mean, he's actually like a technocratic progressive, but he would be more social democrat than he would be socialist because he's coming up with his own economic model. Dude, I want to be a part of the, what is it? The Future Party? Is it the Future Party? Well, what's the Andrew Yang party? I want to be a part of the Andrew Yang party, but I joined their Discord and I sent some of their like Discord leaders a DM. They never got back to me. I emailed somebody. They never got back to me. And then it seems like Andrew Yang's little party or whatever, it seems like the only thing that they're doing right now is effectively like an email newsletter. And it's like, so I don't think they have, $200,000 a year to pay me to become the conservatarian Andrew Yang advocate. You know what I'm saying? I wish I could be. I wish I could sit down with Andrew Yang and Elon Musk and Peter Thiel and Ezra Klein and have a 6-person roundtable about the infrastructure and tech developments necessary to forward the human species and how we should balance the interests of private individuals, the state, and the species as a whole. But unfortunately, I'm hard stuck at 100 to 150 live stream viewers. And so I don't have the clout necessary to coordinate that 6-person technocratic roundtable podcast. I would actually give a testicle. Like if somebody was like, hey, Connor, if you like use these pliers in order to slice open your own ball sack and sacrifice a testicle, then at that point we can like get Andrew Yang, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, and Ezra Klein into a room in order to discuss the future of America. I would actually just do that because I would still have one. I would still have one testicle. I would be okay. Dana says Rubio is bought and paid for, shackles included. Well, we'll take a look. Zena says, as a Canadian, I love that my prime minister is getting 40 middle powers into a trade alliance so we don't have to choose between Trump and China. That is based. Samson says that would be crazy. Yeah, cutting out my testicle would be crazy. Silver says, please don't make it 2 hours. All he says is white heritage good, white heritage best, white heritage brown people are corrupting us. As a Cuban, I doubt. Count how many times he says heritage and culture, take a shot, dragon ass. Is that better than catgirl ass? I don't know. You tell me. Sultan Al Fahim says, well, I'm fasting. I didn't eat all day. I just ate, lol. Well, good for you, King. Philip Coffey says, Connor, I think I might have missed you explaining this, but could you go over the belief that Hillary Clinton eats children? Is that mean? It's mostly memeing. Let me, I remember you said something like, even if it's not literally true, it's spiritually true, which is a statement I'm not unsympathetic to. Yeah. So let me explain it real quick. All the evil Hillary Clinton lore. So Hillary Clinton, pretty early into her career, she was a talented and intelligent lawyer. And I think she worked for like a defense attorney or a state prosecutor's office or something like that. But there's some audio recordings from like the 1980s where she audibly says that it's like, hey, we think this rapist did it, but we came up with like a brilliant defense strategy. And as a result, we got him off of the charges. Ha, 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 ha. And it's like, Jesus Christ, like you sociopathic bitch. Like you think that, like, I'm happy that you're smart. I'm happy that you came up with like a genius defense strategy. But shouldn't you be concerned with the fact that you like freed a rapist? Like you could just Google that and listen to it. I'm pretty sure I'm characterizing it at least 70 or 80% correct. That like she helped formulate a defense strategy that got an accused rapist out of prison and then laughed about how effective the strategy is. Totally sociopathic. Then, not just that, she clearly hitched her wagon to Bill Clinton and has stayed married to him. despite the fact that Bill Clinton was probably having sex with teenagers in the 90s and thousands. Then, not only that, she allegedly had an affair with Vince Foster. Vince Foster went on to commit suicide under suspicious circumstances. I don't think she really killed Vince Foster. I would need to see hard evidence of the Clintons killing their rivals. But you watch a TV show like House of Cards, where Kevin Spacey like pushes his girlfriend reporter that he's been cheating on his wife with in front of a train in order to make it look like she committed suicide when she's blackmailing him. And you just kind of think, it's like, could I see Hillary Clinton doing something like this? I could see Hillary Clinton doing something like this. And then keeping it going. So Vince Foster. Oh yeah. Also, she wanted Bill Clinton to she was super pissed about the Monica Lewinsky affair and didn't talk to Bill Clinton for the better part of a year, but also didn't divorce him because that would be like political liability for both of them. And apparently now this is a rumor. I can't say that this is true, but once again, it's like, is Hillary Clinton capable of doing this shit? Can you imagine it? And the answer is yes. Apparently she only called Bill Clinton once she said, hey, the right thing to do in Yugoslavia is to intervene militarily. And people in the administration were like laughing because Bill Clinton was so eager to try to reconcile with Hillary Clinton that he was like, we're invading Yugoslavia. Let's go. Which once again, like, who knows if it's true? Does it seem true? Yeah, it seems true. And then what's the other thing? I also had an embassy guard. So I had a Marine security guard friend from law enforcement. Not a friend, but a Marine security guard associate when I was in law enforcement. And he worked for my same department. And he was like, oh, yeah, I was a Marine security guard when the Clintons were there. And Hillary was a fucking see you next Tuesday. Like, basically, the Marine security guards are expected to do like greetings of the day the same way that they do in the military. And so they, like, whenever they see somebody, they're going to say like, good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am. And then they're going to open the door for people when they're in the work in the White House. And apparently he was at the White House. He was on some duty, guarding a door or whatever. And then Hillary Clinton's walking by and he goes, good morning, ma'am. And then like opens the door and she was like, shut the fuck up. No one's talking to you. Which once again, is that true? I have no idea. I wasn't there. Can I imagine Hillary Clinton being pissed off that her husband cheated on her, being pissed off that her husband is fucking teenagers, being pissed off that she's not the one who has accumulated political power, and then some Marine security guard says, good morning, ma'am, and she tells him to shut the fuck up? Can I see it in my mind's eye? 100%. And then finally, the Gaddafi clip, of course, which is like, that Muammar Gaddafi was a guy who supported jihadist terrorism, blew up a airliner in 1983, the Lockerbie bombing. You can Google it. He was an anti-American dude, but then he watched like Saddam Hussein get taken out, and he was like, I don't know. I could probably be friends with America. So then he became friends with America, but there was like a revolution in his country. And so we supported the rebels with an air campaign. And Hillary Clinton was apparently like a huge proponent of regime change in both Syria and Libya. And then the way that Muammar Gaddafi died was he was hunted down by his own rebels. He was found inside a sewer culvert. They dragged him out. And before they shot him to death, they stabbed him in the ass with a bayonet. Like, that was actually how he died. He gets dragged out of the sewer culvert. This is on video, by the way. They stab him. There's somebody with a bayonet, and they're stabbing him in the butt cheeks and asshole. And then, like, some other dudes, like, shoot him to death, and that's how he died. And Hillary Clinton's reaction to that event was, we came, we saw, he died. Ha 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 ha. And for me, it's like, do the international elites actually eat children? Do they sacrifice them to Moloch and Baal and whatever that creepy, desert god that they have out at the Bohemian Grove? Do they actually kill children in child sacrifice rituals? Probably not. Probably not. Do some of them molest kids and teenagers because they think they're powerful enough to get away with it? Well, evidently so. And then are some of them total sociopaths? Yeah. And I think Hillary Clinton, even if she didn't personally sacrifice children to sand demons for power, it's something I could see her do. And I base that on the Vince Foster affair, based on Hillary Clinton, or the Bill Clinton affair, based on the Yugoslavia intervention, based off of her intervention as a state prosecutor or defense attorney, whatever it was, based on her reaction to Muammar Gaddafi. Yeah, I think she could be a competent, technocratic, intelligent sociopath. I still think she's a sociopath who might eat children. Okay. It's spiritually true, even if it's not physically true. Sorry, it took me 10 minutes to get there, but there is a lot of information. Randy Cheng says JD Vance is out, right? It's now Rubio's time. That's how I read the Munich speech. Let's see. Horse God says, once our institutions are safe from authoritarian threats, then maybe the left can focus on exploring the solar system again. You say that. Horses United says, counterpoints, good morning. Good morning to you, King. I'm from Destiny's community. Cool. Politics JK says, at work, so lurking today, but we can talk about Epstein Dow's below 50K. Thanks, Paul. Thanks, Politics JK. Fashion 40 says, good morning, Girl Hottest. Good morning, Fashion 40, and thank you for the $20 chip the other day. Horses United says, I'm a DGGer for life. That's cool. Patriarch says, on fucking gas for a generator, more like laugh my ass off. Oh, well, there you go. There you go. Gas is expensive for a generator. That's another thing that it costs money. Bass Guitar says, how did I just find out IRI was a pretty fly for a white guy and also in the movie Rat Race? I don't know. I've known that for a month or 6 months or so. Randy Cheng says, lol, here we go. True. Grid One Mornings Motorsports says, good morning. Good morning, King. Doobie, I see the $10 super chat. I promise I'll get to it in a second. I just wanted to go through my Hillary Clinton lore. Conservatism says, oh, hell, I was talking about food shops, not Epstein, but I'll stand by on that point too. Lol. There you go. Horses United says, Patriarch, I gave my mom $1,500 for gas for the co-op. Nice. Bass Guitar, I didn't even know that song had music videos. True. A year and a half where the jail served as Epstein's bread and breakfast. Yes. Because he was on work release after molesting like 40 teenagers. What has Destiny done? Just associated himself with food shops and then also took a contrarian position in reference to Epstein. It's not... compared to Stephen's previous dramas, it's not even that big of a deal, but whatever. Sultan Al-Fahim says, I heard CIA agents are trained to be very cold and are told to do whatever means necessary to accomplish a mission. Well, that lines up with what we were analyzing yesterday. Randy Cheng says, still talking past each other on this one. What else is new? Xena says, thank you. What's shaking pile, people? Nothing much, Beef Supreme. Hope you're doing well. Horses United says, mom was in dire straits for heat. Well, you can't let mom die from freezing to death. So good job on giving her enough money in order to survive the winter. Dank Brandon says, I'm finishing training for a new job today. Good luck to all my fellow unemployeds. Yes, to the underemployeds and the unemployeds. We wish you good luck, both for your benefit so you can start bringing in money, and both for my benefit so you can afford to chip and oil the community from time to time. Sen Patriarch says, good morning. Hope everyone has a good day. I'm going to be lurking hard as fuck because work is treating me like Bonnie Blue right now. Well, Sen Patriarch, thank you for your service in my wall. Thank you for your service lurking. Horse God says forward party is a money laundry grift. That's what it feels like. A whole testicle? Absolutely. Horse God, an attempt to be like the Tea Party movement, AstroTurked. Yep. We'll see. They certainly seem to be having decision-making issues. Yep. Harsar says, I wasn't able to stick around yesterday. Was there a verdict on Epstein be a CIA asset? I'm putting it at like 95%, man. I'm putting it at 95%. The way that Cappy articulated it, which I think is good, is he was a CIA information access agent. So he wasn't an employee of the CIA. That's different. That's a case officer. They're actually like sworn to an oath and this, that, the other. What he probably was he was a international third-party fixer, and people came to him with problems, and he fixed said problems through informational and logistical leverage. Sultan Al-Fahim says money laundering is done through items now, and it's a $5 trillion a year deal. Cool. Ved Sunil says Canada will never rid itself of America. What we need is a federation. Yes. With Canada, we can do it better than the Eurocucks. I agree with that. Yep. Harstar says, yep, that's all lawyers. True. Randy Chang says that's every public defender's office. Well, there you go. Xena says Hillary Clinton's foreign policy, 10 out of 10. Baby food recipes, 2 out of 10. Baby recipes, 10 out of 10. There you go. Randy Chang says, if you're going to have government-issued lawyers for horrifying crimes, you're going to have clips like that. For sure. For sure. And I think people can appeal to, it's the nature of the business. Of course, she's a sociopath, right? Like I think you guys can reasonably say that at the end of the day, we're choosing between the most technocratically competent sociopaths, and on a sane evaluative criteria, Hillary Clinton was an infinitely more technocratically competent sociopath than Donald Trump. And I think you're right. That doesn't mean that I can't call her a sociopath. You know what I'm saying? Philip Coffey says, gotcha on all the Hillary stuff. I think we are in alignment, especially on the can I imagine her doing this shit, lol. Yeah. It's not whether or not she's technocratically competent or technically competent. It's whether or not you can imagine her doing wildly evil shit, and then whether or not the wildly evil stories you hear about her are true. You know what I'm saying? Doobie for 10 says, please listen to the Hillary audio. I don't think some of these people understand how terrible it is, to be honest. It's only a few minutes. Nah, I'll kill myself first. Hold on. Let me see. Do you want me to pull up? Are you talking about Gaddafi? Are you talking about Gaddafi, Doobie? Or are you talking about the Hillary defense attorney audio? YouTube. I'll see if I can find it easily. I can't commit to actually listening to it, but if I can listen to it, I will. If it's easy. You're just going to churn my stomach at fucking 10 a.m. Hillary Clinton rape defense attorney audio. Let's see if it's here. Oh, here we go. Hillary Clinton defends rapist audio recording 6 minutes. I could do that. Well, I'm gonna do it at like 1.25 if that's okay. And I don't know if I'm gonna have any commentary unless I feel particularly aggrieved. Then I might pause, but I might actually just straight up drink my caffeine while playing this for you guys at a 1.25 speed. So let's take a look real quick. In the middle of 1980s, journalist Roy Reid interviewed Hillary Clinton. This tape is available in the Special Collections Department of the University of Arkansas Libraries. Okay, let's take it from there. Okay.
Can you tell me a little about that? What sort of?
Oh, I didn't do much, but I talked to him a lot. I did some, I never did a criminal trial. I did, jury trial. I did, probable cause hearings, other cases. I had some really tough crimes. I had one up here that the prosecutor called me years ago. Said that he had died. He was accused of rape. And the guy wanted a woman lawyer.
Mm.
And I do it as a favor to him.
That's really awesome.
Remember that case where I represented that guy? It was a fascinating case. It was a really interesting case. This guy was accused of raping a 12-year-old. He was the daughter of a family he was living in Springfield. They lived on the side of the tracks in Springfield. And the guy was from Green Forest. His family still had a little farm. He was one of these ruthless folks who wasn't going to make a living on the land, and he was kind of around. Ended up in Springfield looking. Of course, he claimed that he didn't. All this stuff. He took a lie detector test. I had that polygraph, which he passed. Which forever destroyed my faith in polygraphs. But what was sad about it was that the prosecutors had evidence, among which was his underwear.
His what?
His underwear, which was white. Sent out of crime lab for the records report.
Okay, I do have to pause because this is a fucking nightmare. She said that he took a polygraph test and he passed the polygraph test, which forever destroyed her confidence in polygraph tests. Now, I might be a dumb man. As a matter of fact, let me confirm that. I am wildly intelligent. I'm still an incredibly dumb man. But from that statement, I would infer that she believes that he's guilty. Okay? And not only that, this sentence is important. His underwear, which was bloody, sent it down to the crime lab. The crime lab took the pair of underpants, neatly cut out the part that they were going to test and tested it. Okay. So we have a guy who's accused of raping a 12-year-old. Her defense attorney, or his defense attorney, Hillary Clinton, thinks he's guilty. Okay. He has bloody underwear that has been tested by the crime lab, and she thinks he's guilty because of the lie detector test. That's where we're at right now. So let's see where this goes.
Crime lab took a pair of underpants, neatly cut out the part that they were going to test, tested it, came back with the result of what kind of blood it was, what was mixed in with it, then sent the pants back with the hole in it for evidence. So I got ordered to see the evidence. The prosecutor didn't want me to see the evidence. I had to go to Moffitt Cummings. With Moffitt that, yes, indeed, I had a right to see the evidence before it was presented. So they presented the underpants with a hole in it. I said, what kind of evidence is that? You know, you've got a pair of underpants with a hole in it. Of course, the crime lab had thrown away the piece that they cut out. It was really, I mean, I plea bargained it down because they didn't have any, it turned out they didn't have any. But I happened to be going to New York, and I took the underpants with me. I got the court order. And I went to Brooklyn, where this man's name I now cannot remember, who had shared the Nobel Prize for his work on the RH factor, and was one of the real premier investigators in the field of blood. He had retired from Sloan Kettering or someplace up there. He still lived in the same house where his father had been born, and now had a huge fence around it. He was sort of this bombed out section of Brooklyn. And he had taken a real interest in forensic work. And so he would analyze blood stains if he got interested in the case. So the sort of the story from the grapevine was, if you get interested in the case, then, you know, you had the foremost expert in the world willing to testify, assuming that it came out the way you wanted it to come out. So I wrote him and got an appointment to see him, and took a taxi over this section of Brooklyn I'd never heard of, never seen before. Got through the gates, got into his office, and he had a basement just absolutely packed with detective magazines and things like that. And he sat at his little desk, and I pulled out my underpants, gave him to him. Started analyzing, looking at the fibers, magnifying glass and all that stuff. And you can't prove anything. You can't even see a slight trace, but it wouldn't be enough to test. I went back and told Maynard Gibson that I cut out who's who, and I've done all this stuff and handed it to Maynard Gibson. I said, well, this guy's ready to come from New York and read this miscarriage of justice. So we were going to plea bargain. So I went before Moffitt Cummings to present the plea. And Moffitt said, what is this? First degree rape. But he was dropping the charge, I can't remember something. So Moffitt had to, under law, he was supposed to determine whether the plea was factually supported. Moffitt asked me to leave the room while he examined my client. So that if I was factually supported, I said, Judge, I can't leave the room. I'm floored. So I know, but I want to talk about this in front of you.
Oh, God. Really?
Yeah. So that was Moffitt. I had a lot of fun with Moffitt. But anyway, I did some of that.
How did it turn out?
Oh, he plea bargained. We got him off. It was time served in the county jail. He'd been in the county jail about 2 months.
Yeah. So listen, if you want to appeal to this is our system of justice and she's a defense attorney, so what do you want her to do and this, that, the other, or whatever, fine. And also what's the other part of it? When you work in a prosecutor's office, a defense attorney's office, when you work in law enforcement for a long time, there is a certain pride that you take in being sociopathic about your work, because the truth is if you have a strong empathetic core, you're probably not going to survive in the industry, because it's such a tough industry that you're not going to you're not going to last any amount of time if you're an overly sympathetic person. However, this is Hillary Clinton effectively bragging that she had a strong case where she genuinely believed that her client was guilty, that the lie detector test was bullshit, that the blood forensics guy was somebody who could give you the answers you wanted as long as you got him interested in the case. And then she was able to throw out the bloody underwear of a 12-year-old raped girl. She was able to throw it out of the case. That way, a forcible rapist who was facing like decades in prison. The initial plea deal was going to be 5 years, according to her. But ultimately, because they were able to disallow the evidence from the case, she got it down to 2 months. She's boasting about that. And this is the kind of shit where, like, once again, appeal to the industry, appeal to politics, appeal to the role of a defense attorney, appeal to all that shit, all the fuck you want. What I'm saying is this bitch is a fucking sociopath. Okay? She's a fucking sociopath who is crowing about the fact that she got a forcible rapist of a 12-year-old girl with blood on his underwear 2 months in jail. So fuck that. Fuck Hillary Clinton. Fuck everything about her. I stand by everything I said. You know what? And truth be told, from a technocratic position, Donald Trump is a rapist, an alleged rapist. He allegedly raped children. So do you want the sociopathic technocratic woman who is proud of the fact that she got a forcible rapist 2 months in jail? Or do you want the rapist himself, right? You know, which one do you want? And the truth is that maybe the woman who sociopathically fought in order to get a rapist 2 months time served for forcible rape of a 12-year-old girl, maybe that's technically better than the child rapist. And you might be correct. But we're literally choosing between two actually evil, shitty people. And that's the thing where I actually get pissed at you guys. I really do. I expect to be checking the comments in a second and get like actually straight up fucking pissed. What you guys do when you like sweep for Hunter Biden, when you sweep for other motherfuckers, what you end up doing is you end up lionizing really fucking bad people. And I don't lionize these people at all. Like JD Vance, you guys might hear like a little tinge of excitement in my voice when I talk about the fact that, yeah, he's like a fucking sociopathic chameleon piece of shit pursuing power, but he might integrate or, initiate ideas that I'm actually sympathetic to. Or you might hear me say, well, Marco Rubio is responsible for 3 million to 14 million deaths internationally through his dismantling of the State Department. However, he used to have a soul and he used to be a competent person. Therefore, maybe if he had a road to Damascus moment, I would vote for him, right? And you guys could hate me for that. You could totally hate me for that. But then I'm almost expecting that there's going to be people in my chat right now, because you guys are all fucking libs and you hate Trump so much, that y'all are going to be sweeping for the audio that we just heard. That's what I'm expecting when I get there. And then what is it? Hillary Clinton, we came, we saw, he died, laugh clip. This is about Muammar Gaddafi getting stabbed in the asshole with a bayonet and then getting shot to death. Okay.
So, I mean, that is the land of unconfirmed. Yes, we came, we saw, he died. Did it have anything to do with your visit? No. Oh, I'm sure it did. Did it have anything to do with your visit? No. Of unconfirmed. Yes, we came, we saw, he died. Did it have anything to do with your visit? No.
Dude, that's like some psycho shit. And by the way, if you want to own your psycho shit, own your psycho shit. I actually would have been more likely to vote for Hillary Clinton if she was like, yeah, I'm a straight up psycho. I'll kill you and your family. I don't give a fuck. Now, I understand that she would lose a ton more voters by coming out as a psycho. But if she was like, yeah, fuck Gaddafi. Honestly, if she was on a campaign stop and they were like, hey, there's this damaging clip from you from 14 years ago where you were involved with the assault on Libya. You were borderline ecstatic that a foreign leader had been slaughtered by his own people in a horrific way. It looked absolutely sociopathic and psychopathic. If Hillary Clinton, because here's the thing, she's a fucking lizard too. So what she would do is she'd be like, oh, that clip is out of context, and I didn't know the grievousness with which he was killed, and realistically, the Libyan people were under his despotic rule for so long, and I was just so excited that they were going to get to participate in democracy. Like, she would have this like canned speech about how it was out of context and misconstrued and all that kind of shit. Whereas if she was just like, yeah, fuck that motherfucker. And she was like, yeah, fuck Gaddafi. He participated in the Lockerbie bombing. He murdered hundreds of civilians. He kept his own people under his oppressive rule for decades. Fuck Gaddafi. I'm happy he's dead. Then I'd be like, oh, all right, this bitch stands on business. All right, I'll vote for Hillary. But like, but I gotta say, like, the lying and the duplicitousness and the sociopathy and the sweeping is just too much for me, man. It's just too much for me. It really is. So, anyways, fuck this bitch. I actually like. I'm actually like repulsed. I am sufficiently repulsed by Hillary Clinton's fucking sociopathy. I will get pissed when I see you guys sweeping in chat. I will actually. I'm gonna get mad. I'm already having a fussy day. Hans Mayer says that's typical conservative mindset. I vibe the things, and when it suits me, I believe it. Well, I'm happy that I had this highlighted while we listened to a woman cackling about how she got a forcible rapist of a 12-year-old 2 months in jail. Happy I had your chat up the entire time. Horses United says, I'm still mad over Central Canada being east of Windsor River. Interesting. Doobie says, Hillary is a demonic psychopath, to be honest. Dems were crazy to push her. Agreed. You guys might not like it, but that is peak Doobie. True. Early Doobster spotted. True. Roaming, I kind of wonder if art imitating reality with stuff like that in season 3 of True Detective, or is Hollywood really aware of what is going on, but is too outrageous for people to believe it? I don't know, man. I see random shit. So, for instance, like there's a band with a song that I like. Even it's I think it's Panic at the Disco, and they have L.A. Devotee, Los Angeles Devotee, and it's if you actually listen to the lyrics are not that bad. The lyrics are about like some girl who moves out to LA and she's abused and she like loves this city, but the city abuses her. And so she can't really get away from it, but it's kind of like this like psychotic obsession with Los Angeles as a city. But the music video is a kid, a male and female child being kidnapped from the woods and being strapped to a chair and their eyes being forced open while satanic people in black robes like chant around the kids. And I'm just like, are you trying to be edgy, or are there people in Los Angeles actually like kidnapping and molesting children who are like actual Satanists? Like, look at this shit, and think of the rumors that are spread about LA and Bohemian Grove and San Francisco and Washington, D.C. And then think about this music video in light of the rumors that are spread about people from LA and San Francisco. It's actually crazy. Look, hold on, let me pull this up. I'm not going to play the music because the music is going to copyright strike us. But if you look at this, so what? We got like an 11, 12-year-old girl, 10-year-old girl walking through the woods with a backpack. She gets knocked out randomly. She's dragged. A person in red robes picks her up. There's the Panic at the Disco sign. Bring her into a room with like a Catholic mass style censer. But then you have somebody in red robes with like pagan Spanish moss like mask. Dead coyote. Then also a boy. Instead of the girl, it's a boy now. Or maybe it's still the girl, but they cut her hair to look like a boy. Then they have this like creepy camera. That's like the 1980s pedophile camera. Now they're singing the song. They're in white, representing evidence. They're struggling to get out of the chair while the Panic at the Disco guy is singing. There's like a blood sacrifice of a bird or something. This is the kind of shit where I'm like, oh, there's a skull with blood on it. And then now all these like satanic Spanish moss people are like playing with this child's hair. They're electroshocking the child. Dude, I would straight up, like, once again, if I didn't believe in a God, The world is kind of lucky that I'm scared of God's wrath, because if I didn't believe in a God, I would like kidnap the Panic at the Disco guy, and then I would like Guantanamo Bay his ass until he told me, like, is this an edgy music video, or did you actually participate in like child sacrifice rituals? And once again, like, I know it's conspiracy theory minded, I know it's crazy, I know I'm crazy for thinking about it, but once you get past, like, Jeffrey Epstein actually was sex trafficking girls aged 19 to 17, raping them, and dozens or hundreds or thousands of powerful people either participated or knew about it and looked the other way for clout, money, influence, and power. And then intel agencies knew about it, but they looked the other way or didn't prosecute because it was inconvenient, because he was a fixer and power broker internationally for arms deals. It's like, what are we doing here? You know what I'm saying? Like at what point are you the conspiracy theorist for not thinking that this shit is hella sus? You know what I'm saying? Anyways, let me keep engaging with chat for a little bit. Based Hill Dog. Yeah, that's my Hill Dog. I hate you guys. I would actually get pissed if I knew you weren't memeing. Fellrunner says, after reviewing the transcript decades later, Reed says Clinton never laughed at a rape victim. She was laughing at the vagaries of the legal system that play out every day across America. Sure. If you want to be giga charitable. It's you to defend people. What do you expect? I expect you to treat the subject matter, especially with a journalist who's interviewing you. I expect you to treat the subject matter with a level of deference and respect that you need to treat it with. AK Batu Sai says, my grandma ran into Sybil Shepherd going to a school graduation, and she was a real see you next Tuesday. I laugh way too hard at the Family Guy bit of Peter slaying the dragon. Interesting. Fell says she's not laughing at rape victims for getting rapists off, and the fact that no one took the 10 minutes to find out, that makes me sad. We just watched it. It was pretty fucking bad. Horses United says Central Canada, located east of Windsor, Ontario, is a heavily urbanized industrial region dominated by Quebec City. Cool. Supervillain laugh. She loved it. Randy Chang says, if you think having public defenders is important, I don't understand how you can think this is a big deal. Because in my world, once again, I should be dictator of America. I would probably move to the German system. So it's like the German interrogative judicial system. I forget what it is. Interdictive jurisprudence. The German judicial system is fundamentally inquisitorial, or more accurately, investigative, differing from the adversarial system of common law countries by placing the responsibility for investigating and determining the truth largely on the judge rather than the opposing lawyers. Judges actively question witnesses, evaluate evidence, and drive the trial process. I would probably do this if I could. Defense counsel ensures the accused rights, but plays less dominant role in presenting evidence during the trial itself. I would still want the defense attorney to be able to present a robust defense on behalf of their clients, but I would not let the fucking shit slinging that happens in modern courts happen at all. Can I tell y'all about a court case that actually like really pissed me off? Okay, really pissed me off. So there's a high profile guy in Central Florida who murdered his wife. Basically the story is, the story according to the prosecution is they both get wasted on the back patio of their nice mansion, as they're wont to do. They go back to bed. While they're going back to bed, they get into another argument. He grabs his pistol and shoots her to death. Okay, that's the narrative from the prosecutor's office. And this is true. They did get into an argument. He did have a pistol. He shot her to death. Okay, that's what happened. Now, what the defense attorneys say is they say, okay, yeah, they got into, they did get into a fight. He did shoot her to death. But realistically, what happened was she was actually handling the gun beforehand. Bear in mind, no video, no pictures, no audio, no nothing, right? No nothing. Then they wrestled over the pistol. And then while they were wrestling over the pistol, the guy got the pistol away from his wife, and then took a couple of steps back. But while he was stepping back, he accidentally pulled the trigger and killed his wife. Right? That was a story that the defense attorney was presenting. Well, I was there for the concluding statements. And during the concluding statements, the defense attorneys were throwing shit at the wall. That's what they were doing. They were throwing shit at the wall to try to overwhelm the jury with information in order to confuse them about the case, in order to create enough reasonable doubt so as to go along with their narrative. But the shit that they were saying was totally fucking irrelevant. So, for instance, one of the things that they spent like 5 minutes on was whether or not the CSI tech did gunshot residue tests on the walls and ceiling of the bedroom in which the woman was killed. And I'll tell you right now, based off of what I saw from GSR techs, they just test your fucking hands. And they might test the room, maybe. And all they're trying to do is they're trying to corroborate the fact that this person, based off of the gunshot residue found on his hands, was likely the person who pulled the trigger, and that the room in which GSR is found is the room in which the gun went off. That's all they're trying to establish. But I swear to God, during closing arguments, the defense spent like 10 minutes on criticizing the gunshot residue tests for being insufficiently rigorous to prove murder. And it was bullshit. It was horseshit. And this is something called the CSI effect. And it's known, it's kind of like known in the defense industry. Well, not defense industry, in the judicial industry, where defense attorneys, because of the popularity of the TV show CSI and how many people watched it, that juries actively compared the way that law enforcement investigations were conducted in the real world to the TV show CSI. And because the TV show CSI set the bar so high for the amount of evidence that was available during a criminal prosecution, that the defense attorneys started appealing to that high bar of evidence from a fucking TV show. And then people who otherwise would have been convicted only a year or two before, based off of the same rules and the same evidence, the defense attorneys were able to appeal to the zeitgeist of a TV show in order to get murderers and rapists out of jail and prison. Dude, fuck that. And if you're a part of that industry who knowingly and maliciously and negligently fucking lies about evidence in order to get fucking like definitely rapists and murderers out of jail and prison, fuck you too. And I hope God puts you in hell. Holy shit. And there's all this appeal, by the way, and I already know that I'm going to read it, and I already know it's going to piss me off. There's all this appeal from the fucking liberals, and I'm going to get really fucking mad. So if the shoe fits, fucking wear it, okay? There's all this appeal to procedure from liberals, okay? They go, oh, well, that's the system, and if you don't like our system of blah, 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 then I guess you don't like liberalism at all. I guess you don't actually like a republic. Fuck you too. Okay? Fuck you. Because what you're doing is you're seeing people doing evil shit by co-opting the principles that you believe in. And instead of thinking about what's actually happening, which are people are using the principles of better to let 100 guilty men go free than to incarcerate a single innocent man. You take that sentence and you say, we should let 100 guilty people go free. And it's like, no, bitch, we're talking about the fucking principle, not the practical application. It would be better for 100 guilty people to go to jail and for one innocent person to walk. And if we could improve the technocratic process in order to derive at that result, then that would be a good thing. But you're so wrapped up in the concept of a combative judicial system being good that you don't even realize that effectively what you're arguing is we should let guilty people go free even when we know they're guilty. I'm just going to use an ableist slur because fuck it, because I think that shit's evil as fuck. That's fucking retarded. and it's evil. So, you know, I'm not going to like blow a gasket off it. If you've already said that kind of crazy shit in my chat, I'm not going to freak out because I'm already used to liberals having that attitude. So I'm not going to like freak out about it. But I do think it's like mind-numbingly evil and fucking retarded. And once again, my apologies for using an ableist slur twice on Valor Media Network, but that's sincerely how I feel. If you're arguing that it is good to have a forcible rapist of a 12-year-old who the defense attorney knows is fucking guilty, throws out evidence on a technicality, and then gets them 2 months in jail instead of 5 years or 10 years or 20 years, fuck you and fuck the horse you rode in on. Okay? I do not give a flying fuck about your opinion in reference to the judicial process. I really don't. So I expect to read what you've said. The pro-rapist liberal crowd strikes again. So I expect to get angry as I read your guys' chat. Anyways, end of rant. Lots of super chats coming in. Thank you for the support. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. My parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. Let's take a look at it. All right, let's engage with chat with a little bit more. We're at 1 hour, but chat sent me on a fucking tear this morning, so I'm going to piss myself off for a few more minutes before we get the content going. Horses United says Mr. Clinton. True. Doobie says also laughing about him passing a lie detector test. True. Laughing is a nervous reaction, so like I can actually give a lot of latitude for people laughing in uncomfortable situations, but I don't give Hillary Clinton that latitude because it doesn't sound like she's actually laughing like, ha ha ha, I'm nervous. She's laughing like she's fucking proud of it. Fellow Runner says 100% feels-based takes, including from Doobie. Doobie, I'm not surprised. Okay, eat a dick. I love you, Fel. I love you, and thank you for running the Discord, but you can eat my whole dick and balls right now. Conserve says Hillary laughing about Gaddafi's death is still less evil than J.D. Vance running cover for his master's involvement in a pedophile ring. True. And while I have gone on an impassioned rant about this topic, between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton is only guilty of getting a forcible rapist of a child a lenient sentence in jail or prison. Donald Trump is credibly accused of raping children. So who do you want? Do you want the defense attorney that has gotten rapists out of jail and prison, or do you want the actual rapist as your president? You know, pick one. Pick the defense attorney who makes excuses for forcible rapists, or pick the actual rapist himself and decide which one you want to be president. It's actually the South Park episode. It's like, you know, choose between a turd sandwich and a douche. AK Batusai, do we know she was a psycho? No, but she fits the profile. 100%. Philip Coffey says, I can say the same stuff I've seen in the Epstein files has been eye-opening how certain people in the upper tiers of power can be. Yes. Sorry that I'm so fucking pissy. Fellrunner says, it's Hillary. Us used to listen to Ryan Getty explain we need centrism, and then today we're talking about Hillary laughing for being evil. Yeah. She could be a fucking technocratic centrist and still be an evil human being. You understand that like political prescriptions has nothing to do with moral character, right? Like I could be, Destiny is a sociopath in a lot of degrees. I do think that he manages his personal affairs in a way that's warranting of criticism. I do think that he can be quite unempathetic and quite vindictive. However, that actually doesn't have very much to do with his political analysis. Oftentimes, his political and current event analysis is quite good and quite evidence-based. So you could criticize, Destiny could be skinning cats alive in Miami right now, and that would actually have nothing to do with his political analysis. Dan the man says, does Hillary have 34 felonies yesterday, today, and tomorrow like Trump has? Nope. That's why I said, do you want the rapist or do you want the person who defended the rapist and got them a lenient sentence? Which one do you want for president? Pick one. Doobie says people talk shit about her because she's a demonic sociopath, also a demonstrable liar. There you go. Oh, my God. All right. Varun Boskan says, hey, Connor, did you remember to set up those spreadsheets you talked about yesterday? Absolutely not. But you know what? I'll do it. I'll do it right now. Thank you for reminding me, Varun. Let me go into my Google Drive. Let me set up a new Excel spreadsheet. I'm probably not gonna do it today, but I'll title it and leave it in my drive. That way I know to do it. This will be what did I want to do? I wanted to do content. Live content weekly docket. And there was something, and then also like interview subjects, right? And then I'll rename the second sheet collabs. Okay, so I got sheet 1, which is docket, and I got sheet 2, which is like a list of people I want to collaborate with. And I'm not going to do that now, but we will set that up. I need to generally professionalize my stream over time. Doobie says, never forget that we were being fired on by a sniper at the tarmac story. Yeah. That was obviously stolen valor. Felrunner says, are you sure you aren't being a bit subjective in your assertions? Yeah, I'm pretty fucking sure. Lol, yeah, that was a bad look. There's a free spot in Connor's wall. True. Fashion 40 praying flexing thing. All right. Dana, I'm a little confused. Any propaganda I parroted, which I also find distasteful, so I apologize. Happens to the best of us. Doobie says she was talking to people, Fellrunner. How does this change anything? She was telling a funny story about getting a child rapist off. Yep. Fellrunner says, doing kids morning. Don't have time to argue about why everyone is stupid for rejecting Hillary and believing that a Hillary alternate universe is worse than Trump today. Doobie's take. I don't think he was arguing that at all. I don't think I've seen Doobie say that Trump is better than Hillary. I think he's just stating as a standalone fact, Hillary Clinton is evil. And I agree with him. CD Sockdem says, bro, a federation crafted by Carney would be base as fuck. There you go. The U.S. federation government is already a federation of states. Why add another federation level for Canada? Because it would be nice to have Canada, Mexico, the United States, and Central and South America in an economic and security collaborative process. Bellrunner says, what a joke. We chose Trump over Hillary, and that was an insane mistake. Any cope shit talk is cope. Okay. Fel, once again, I love you. Thank you for running the Discord. You're a valued community member, and I parasocially love you, and I want you to be in my community forever. Listen to this statement. Hillary Clinton is evil. I'll expand that statement. Hillary Clinton does bad shit that she knows is bad, which makes her a bad person, period. Whether or not she would be a better president, well, actually, hold on. Let me separate that, okay? Hillary Clinton is evil, period. Expanded. Hillary Clinton is a bad person who seems to revel in doing bad things. Therefore, she is a worse person than the average person you meet on the street, period. Separate that concept. Put that in a different part of your brain. Hillary Clinton would be a better president than Donald Trump, period. Those concepts might seem related, but they're actually not. Hillary Clinton 100% could have been a better technocratic president who would have killed and hurt and maimed and tortured less human beings than Donald Trump, and that is a true statement. That still has nothing to do with whether or not she is an evil, demonic lying sack of shit. We can probably agree. Well, maybe you guys can't agree. I think Hillary Clinton is a lying, evil, demonic sack of shit. However, I still think she would have been a better president than Donald Trump, right? Doobie says, Hillary is a bigger warmonger than Trump, in my opinion. I don't know where you got the crystal ball that allows you to know the world would be better today if she'd been elected, but please share it, Fellrunner. Well, I would say cutting PEPFAR and USAID. PEPFAR and USAID cuts are projected to kill 3 million to 14 million people through preventable disease. So that's like actually a pretty big blood price that you would have to say that Hillary Clinton would start a war that would kill 3 million to 14 million people in order to be in the red, be in the green, in order to be in the green for Trump versus Hillary. And I don't think you can. I don't think you can do that. Cosner says, brother, can you play the link I sent you of my late friend? Absolutely. Absolutely. So speaking of depressing shit, Khosra, my favorite Iranian. This is, give me a second. Let me share screen. We're gonna pour one out for the boys. We're gonna pour one out for the boys, okay? How do I expand this? So I don't read Farsi, but this is Ben Men Darvis. And he's a young man with long hair. He's very handsome. He dresses well, plays guitar, long hair, sunglasses, and a beard. He looks younger than me. He looks like he might be in his 20s. And unfortunately, this is him past. This is him dead. So, unfortunately, this is Benmen Darvis. He's one of the estimated 40,000 Iranian civilians who has been machine gunned to death by the authoritarian Iranian regime. So, if you want to make it real, this is one of Khazra's friends who has been murdered by the Iranian regime. So. So everybody rip in 07s in chat. Actually, I'm saying rip. I'm saying it casually, but I don't mean it casually. Like, genuinely, I don't know what happens when we die, guys. I don't know what happens, okay? There's a part of me that hopes that we get sucked into a godhead, that the creator of the universe reveals everything that was, is, or ever will be, that we understand the purpose of existence, and then we just kind of float around in a giant ball of love until the next, because I think the universe is cyclical, until the next cycle of the universe kicks off. I wish or hope that that's the case. Now, I suspect that when we all die, we just kind of go into mindless oblivion, and it's kind of like sleeping where you don't have dreams. You know, that's actually from Game of Thrones, the books. In the Game of Thrones books, they say that death is it's like the never ending dreamless sleep, and I suspect that that's what death is like. So, regardless, I hope that Khazra's friend is either united with the Godhead, experiencing love, understanding the mysteries of the universe, sees everything that was, is, or ever will be, and floats in boundless love until the start of the next iteration of the universe. Or I hope he's in painless, mindless oblivion and therefore is spared the horrors of our plane of existence, and a path that we all must take. So, anyways, let's let the video play out a little bit more.
بهنام جان به زمین می سپاریم نامت نامیرا باد مانا باد نام تو تو را ای بهنام بدرود می گوییم زندگی پایانی دارد هر آغازی سرانجامی مانند سرانجام تو که سرانجام ما نیز خواهد بود اکنون تو را به مادر ماندگارمان زمین می سپاریم نام تو و یاد تو و مهر تو را در خود نگه خواهیم داشت باشد که در گیاه بروییم باشد که با درخت دوباره برآییم.
Unfortunately, I don't speak Farsi, so I can't really appreciate this. But yeah, I'll link it in case you guys want to take a look at it. Once again, this is from Khazra. Sorry for doxing your DMs, Khazra. But Khazra, you have a digital community that loves and appreciates you. Please don't die in the next Iranian revolution. I'm sorry that your friend is dead. I'm sorry that 40,000 Iranian civilians have lost their lives protesting government forces. And I genuinely do hope that your friend is either resting in peace or unified with the Godhead. So, anyways, let me remove this real quick. Let me engage with chat again, because you guys are pissing me off, and it's funny. It's funny and entertaining for you to make me angry. Christian Blair says, good morning, King. Fashion 40 says, Sand Desert God is Burning Man, Bohemian Grove is Forest God. True. Victoria, do you know where the pencil sharpener is? Okay. Beef Supreme says, is this Doobie recommended? I don't want to watch Doobie propaganda. How about you just evaluate information based off of its actual, whether or not it's true? Horse United says, I don't know what Canada is anymore. We have provinces and few territories. Our federal systems are completely different. True. Beef Supreme says, all right, I'm good on this. Catch y'all a little bit later. Oh my God. Really, Beef Supreme? I'm going to call you a coward right now if you come back. Are you kidding me? You're listening to audio of Hillary Clinton being an absolute scumbag, and you can't sit there for 3 minutes to listen to it? I don't like that, Beef. I don't like that at all. Do you know how much stuff I don't listen to that I have to put up with from your side? That is bullshit. Samson says, God damn. Oh my God. Is Doobie the same Doobie from Bossiat chat back in the day? Yep. It's Doobie. Twitch and YouTube political Doobie. Randy Chang says, for our system of law to work properly, public defenders have to defend their clients fanatically. Otherwise, it all falls apart. I don't even know if that's true. Rochester 20 says, I was secretly on time, but still gay. Apply the coffee directly to the eye. Okay. Randy Chang says, thank you for the correction. Sorry if I'm being spiteful or shitty today. My bad. I don't know the difference. I just know that's the word. Haha. Defense attorneys are uncaring sociopaths. Wow, I hadn't heard that one before. You're telling me this for the first time. I get it. You got, and that's what I'm telling you, man. I'm going to get pissed because you guys are going to appeal to procedure and you're not going to think about what's actually being said. What's actually being said is that a defense attorney knew that their client was guilty of forcibly raping a 12-year-old girl, that she took the underwear of the forcible rapist and got the blood disqualified through technical bullshit in order to get a forcible rapist 2 months in prison. And if you think that's funny, fuck you. Real Serious says, Connor, in that link I shared, it says Hillary asked to be left off the case, but the judge asked her to remain. Once that happened, she just decided to mount the defense as best she could. Sure. You can appeal to that. Okay? You can appeal to that if you want. Okay. Hans Mayer says, it's her job to defend her client. What are we talking about? Dude, Hans Mayer, I don't want to hear you moral frog about anything ever again. If you can look at, because I want you to understand what you're saying, okay? There was a 12-year-old girl, I'm presuming in Arkansas. Her roommate or neighbor or whatever forcibly raped her, and the state brought charges for forcible rape. Not only did the defense attorney put her under a lie detector test and then believe that lie detector tests were bullshit, which they are, because this guy passed the test, but they had bloodied underwear that could be tested in order to corroborate that it was the same blood type as the female. Hillary Clinton went out of her way to fly to New York for an Arkansas state case in order to get the world's most preeminent expert on blood, who, if you get him interested in your case, he will say what you want him to say as a prosecutor or as a defense attorney. Then she used the leverage of that guy. That guy did not go to Arkansas. He didn't go to Arkansas to testify. There was never a trial. She used the leverage of saying, I have this blood expert who will come to Arkansas in order to challenge the blood evidence in order to get it thrown out. And therefore, you might as well do a plea deal with my client. And as a result, somebody who was looking at decades, and the plea deal that Hillary Clinton was going for was going to be like 5 years, he got time served, which was 60 days. How is that justice? And you being flippant about it, the next time that you start boo-hooing in my chat about somebody else getting raped or murdered, I'm going to call you an F-slur. Like, I'm not going to say the whole word, but I'm going to call you an F-slur because I have no idea how you hear all of those facts, forget that at the center of the story, there's a 12-year-old forcibly raped girl, and then you're flipping about it because Hillary Clinton's on your team. So fuck you for that. How about that? Real Serious says, I don't know why this is controversial. It's kind of like berating a nurse for chuckling about a patient that died when they see it happen 2,000 times a day. Sure. Doobie for $10 says, keep in mind that the guy was accused of doing this to a 12-year-old who was riding her bike to church. He beat her so bad that she was in a coma for 5 days. Hillary Clinton argued she was emotional and unstable. Yep. I'm so glad we have Trump and not this clearly evil person. No, nobody was arguing that. Okay. Once again, her being evil has nothing to do with who's going to be a better president. You know what I'm saying? This is entirely unsurprising from a defense attorney. Sure. But you guys keep saying that as if it's like, as if that excuses, as if this is justice. This is not justice. A defense attorney advocating for their client. Amazing. Fuck you. How about that shit? I'm about, I might have to skip this. You guys are going to piss me off. I was hurt at a young age by an abuser, got away with it. Cops never scared me. They did help in the end. Okay, cool. Sorry for being flippant about that, but everybody else is pissing me off. Harstar says, you have to become numb to things, even if you're not numb. Same as doctors and veterans. Of course. And if you appealed to that, fine. Doobie says, you guys are nutty, by the way. She was able to get the DNA evidence thrown out because the judge and defense attorneys were incompetent. Sure. Doesn't make her evil. Yes, it does. She can be a competent, technocratic leader who would be better than Donald Trump, and she can still be an evil, sociopathic piece of shit. Sean Kaplan says, morally, she should have thrown the case, but you can get disbarred for that. I mean, that's what I would have done. 2 days ago, you said she would be Nikki Haley on steroids and how you wanted to vote for her. Also, J.D. Vance is still worse and he's complicit in an ongoing cover-up. Correct. Correct. Once again, do you want to vote for the pedophile rapist or do you want to vote for the pedophile rapist defense attorney? The pedophile rapist defense attorney is still a better person than the pedophile rapist. We all agree with this, right? Do I need to mind map it? You guys are acting like these things are contradictory. These things are not contradictory at all. Brother, so technicalities are fine when it comes to the limit, when cops can apply force, but suddenly that stuff flies out the window when we're talking about lawyers, seems misaligned. Why? Why? You guys are actually arguing for the technicalities in reference to the law. So why are you taking a maximalist technical perspective when you guys consistently, and see, here's the thing, you're pointing out my inconsistency in reference to appealing to technicality when it comes to law enforcement, and you're saying that I'm a hypocrite, but you guys yourselves are being hypocrites. Because when we're talking about the technicalities of use of force scenarios, and I'm saying, no, based off of the rules of the game, this applies, and this is why they're not going to be charged. And then also, here's the other difference. I say it is morally wrong, but it's legally justifiable. You guys are trying to use, you're appealing to legality while trying to excuse morality. So how do you not see the hypocrisy in your own position right now, where I took a maximalist technical argument in reference to law enforcement officers, but I still acknowledge that it was morally horrific, and you twats are taking a technically maximalist position for lawyers, but then you're using that as an excuse in order to dismiss the moral analysis. That's insane to me. Like, how can you not track that? Like, you're being hypocritical 100%. Just Julie says, I'm sorry, but part of living in a free and fair society is that lawyers are supposed to do everything they can to help their clients as part of the job, dude. No, it's not. We're a republic, which means that we are allowed to create our own social institutions. If we went to an interrogative model, which effectively is looking at what's true, not having a combative model, but instead evaluating evidence for what we think is most likely to have occurred, that is a different model. So if you want to argue, no, I think the combative model is better than the interrogative model for XYZ, ABC factors, that's a line of argumentation you can perfectly have. But I'm saying that that is not necessary as a part of a free society. Germany is arguably, I know arguably, but it's arguably a free society, and they have a different judicial model. The lawyer 100% of the time, what do you mean? Sure. This is the same for going after cops for making dark cop jokes? Sure. But if you went after a dark cop joke, so for instance, like the internet was outraged because a cop did a, what was he doing? He was like in a high-speed chase or something, and there was a pedestrian at nighttime, and he hit the pedestrian, and I think he killed the pedestrian. And then they looked up the criminal record of the person he hit, and the person had like a long criminal record. And the guy was like, well, I think on the whole, even if we pay a lawsuit to the family, we still save the taxpayers money. Ha 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 ha. You know, you can still morally impugn the officer for being flippant about accidentally killing a woman, right? And I think that many of you in my chat would argue that that level of sociopathy would be disqualifying from the job. So once again, if you guys want to be sociopaths, that's totally fine. Be sociopaths. When we start talking about law enforcement issues, when we start talking about military issues, I'll 100% take advantage of your alleged sociopathy. But what's so funny to me about this argumentation is you guys fought me for weeks because I was applying technical, sociopathic, legalistic analysis to the cop shootings. And now you guys are doing the exact same thing when it comes to defense attorneys. You guys just picked a different team. That's the only difference between you and me. Sounds like Connor hates defense attorneys. I really do. I also don't call Trump evil. Why? He does bad things and he knows that they're bad. Yeah, Randy Chang says this is the same as going after cops for making dark cop jokes about crazy shit. Well, there you go. I just gave you a perfect example. Do you think that that cop who killed a woman negligently, but then made a joke that he still saved the taxpayers money in the long run, do you think that cop should be criticized, administratively disciplined? Do you think that even if he's not administratively disciplined or criticized, that he should view, like he himself should view that as a morally abhorrent thing to have said, and that he should not say things like that in the future? Fellrunner says you should be pissed if you were saying Trump is better than Hillary Clinton on any level. Nobody's saying that. The statement, once again, I've said it 4 times now. I'll say it a 5th time in order to see if you guys listen. Do you want a pedophile rapist or do you want the pedophile rapist defense attorney? Okay? Which one do you want? And the clear answer is the pedophile rapist defense attorney. Because while morally dubious, she is infinitely less morally dubious than the actual pedophile rapist. Correct? We understand this. This is non-contradictory. Hillary Clinton is a sociopath, but her bragging about being good at her job is not a scandal. Okay. I hate you guys. Horses United says, cops helped me. They did their best for me. He was an RCMP, Royal Canadian Mounted Police based. Pencil sharpener? Oh, thank you. Excellent. Sorry. I was a little fussy because I asked for a pencil sharpener, and I thought Victoria was being a little flippant about my request for a pencil sharpener, but she just came back and gave it to me, so thank you, Victoria. I mean that sincerely. I want a pencil sharpener so I can actually write. I know somebody said, like, get a pen. I'll get a gel pen, and I'll start taking notes with a gel pen, but there's something magical. There's something magical about pencils, about graphite stuck in wood that you have to sharpen intermittently in order to get to a perfect point. And then sometimes the perfect points are too fragile, so they snap. Or they're, you do get a perfect point. And then as a result, you have like the perfect writing utensil that wears. And then like the angle of the graphite within the pencil shifts as you wear down the graphite. So then you start writing differently over time. There's a magic to pencils. Excuse me. This is happening, says Trump is building concentration camps and shredding the Constitution, but Doobie is very worried about Hillary Clinton in 2026. God, you guys are such pussies. You understand that statements that don't mutually contradict can still be stated. Hillary Clinton can be a sociopath and Donald Trump can still be a worse president. These are not mutually exclusive statements. Anonymous Shadow for 10 says, I'm going to go with what Hillary did. It was a lot more complicated and had to do with what Trump did if this analogy we're going with. We're not going with an analogy. There was no analogy. Doobie just said, hey, Hillary Clinton's evil as shit, and you guys should be aware of it. Chort says that clip is base as fuck, not going to lie. Chort, if I could find you right now, I would slap the fucking taste out of your mouth. I would slap the fuck out of you. And I say that knowing that you're a long-term community member. I would slap you like a motherfucker. Boy, would I slap the fuck out of you. Yeah, getting the forcible rapist of a 12-year-old 60 days in jail is based, actually. I hope you're talking about the Gaddafi clip. If you're talking about the Gaddafi clip, then maybe I wouldn't slap the taste out of your mouth. But if you're laughing about the fucking lawyer thing, I would slap the fucking taste out of your mouth. Holy shit. Conserve says, I'm not sweeping for the audio. I never voted for Hillary. You're the one who said she was a neocon queen. I think she's gross, but that JD Vance is worse. Nobody has said different. Track the arguments. You guys are really bad. Sorry, I'm not going to listen to more grandstanding on this specific topic from all people. No offense. Okay. How about this, Jort? Enjoy your 3-minute timeout for pedos, for fucking rapist sweeping. How about that shit? Enjoy your fucking timeout. Because fuck that. Connor of all people, fuck you. Fashion 40 says, I'm so high from doing this. Doing my eyes going back to white, or will they always be brown? No idea. Doobie for 10 says, these guys defending Hillary because this is our system would also say Epstein getting 12 months with 6 days per week work releases. The first case is totally fine because it's our system. Yeah, fuck that. Do we hate lawyers that get murderers off too? Yes! Yes! I've literally been advocating for an inquisitorial model for the past 40 minutes. Yes! Do you guys listen to what I say, or do you just pretend to? The sweetheart deal was scourge of the earth corruption? Correct. Except the concern is that the fucking prosecutors did a bad job intentionally in the Epstein case, not that this Rando's case. What the fuck is the comparison, Doobie? Okay. Lib and Learn imploding. It's a day ending in Y. True. All right. I'm probably going to move on because if I keep reading this, I'm going to freak the fuck out. Politics J cases. I see Vance as worse, just as evil, but with shittier plans for the country as Vance. Fuck them both. Sure. And once again, guys, can you please listen to me when I'm saying this? Look, I'm going to stare into the camera. I'm going to make Jen Winkler incredibly uncomfortable, even if she's not here, okay? I'm going to stare into the camera. Statement 1. Hillary Clinton is a sociopathic former defense attorney who has said and done things that demonstrate a level of lack of care for other human beings that I would construe as evil. Statement 1. Statement 2. Hillary Clinton, through technocratic competence, meaning that she's good at politics and good at understanding policy, would have been a better president who would have killed and maimed and tortured less people through malevolence and incompetence than Donald Trump. These statements are not contradictory. What's happening is you're hearing me and Doobie criticizing Hillary Clinton, and you assume that because we're criticizing Hillary Clinton, we are implying that JD Vance or Donald Trump would be better for the United States of America. Those statements have never been made. You inferred them based off of your own tribalistic analysis that if somebody is criticizing someone on my team, then they must be against my team and think that the other team is better. That is a political binary, and that's not the way the world works. Did you hear me, or do I need to keep staring into the camera for longer? Do I need to speak slower? Do I need to do a mind map on this? Are you okay? Do you get it now? No, we would say that's really fucked and we can't do anything about it but change the system. Sure. Christian Flyer says, be repulsed by Hillary. She still wouldn't be as bad as Trump, and Republican policy at least is statistically worth outcomes for both Americans and global citizens. Once again, did not contradict a single thing that we've said. Yawn argument, you haven't even proven your case that she's a sociopath. It's entirely subjective opinion on my basis. Okay, enjoy your time out, Fel. I love you, but fuck yourself. How about that? How about that? Both are bad, but it's pretty easy to draw a line between the role of defense attorney and the prosecution, leaving victims in the dark and pulling punches on a convict. Sure. Good morning, nearly 70 watchers. Hit the like button, you friggin' jockeys. True. Like the stream, share it with your friends. Super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. My parasocial love you. I'm sorry for being pissy, but you guys are pissing me off. Grassroots for 20 says, anyone else here that Doobie was Jeffrey Epstein's pilot? Lots of people are saying this. Many people, very big people. True. Okay. God. LA is California. No shit. Doobie says you legit just randomly brought him up. Do you think go in withdrawal when you haven't defended him for a while, Abaddon? Oh. Pearl Jam, Jeremy is a much better video with a message. I had to step away and now I'm super confused. What are we watching? We're watching a pedophile music video. Good morning, North. Why don't you make a long form video essay explaining the Epstein files? Maybe I will. Harstar says the video has to be a commentary on what it's like to come up in Hollywood, but dramatized. I hope so. Anonymous Chatter for 20 says, look, I know you're pissy about the audio, but the defense attorney equivalent to hitting a buzzer beater from half court is never going to sound good, but going to respect the game. Michael Jordan, LeBron James, Hillary Clinton. Sure. Sure. But you're just saying she's a competent defense attorney. I can say defense attorneys are soul-sucking vampires who get criminal pieces of shit released with reduced sentences that then endangers the public. Those are not mutually exclusive statements. What we didn't know is that the journal was wearing a full clown costume while interviewing her. True. Grassroots with 10 says, I'm hyper disturbed that no one seems to care, like a ton of kids were assaulted allegedly, but likely half a dozen kids were also killed. I don't understand the moral case for defending any of this. Because it's the system, bro. It's the system. It's the system, bro. By the way, you spelled speech. I don't know which one's which. I don't know the difference between speech and speech. Real serious is the German system where a judge can randomly decide a rapist can go free. Well, I mean, obviously we would need to shore that up. Boog says, nah, man, judges are so wild in their biases. Known too many judges to go for that system. Okay. Is this about Jeffrey Epstein? Is he in Florida? What? Or JF Gary Epi? What are we talking about? Abaddon says that's their job, though. Yes, it sucks. We have to change the system. Otherwise, they must take advantage of anything they can. Okay, you're not listening to what I'm saying. You're literally not listening to what I'm saying, and it's pissing me off. It's even worse the more money you have, because you have to buy the defense, and they will find more crazy tiny details to defend you with. This is our system. Yeah. You're saying things that don't contradict what I've said. Weethan says computer enhance. Indeed. Abaddon says it works the other way around too, bro. Sometimes the professional witnesses called by prosecutions are entirely wrong or full of shit. Prosecutors are immune, though. Sure. A prosecutor can knowingly do bad shit in court and not get in trouble. True. Not going to lie, Connor, it feels like you just want to ban the memory of CSI from the minds of every juror in America. No, I don't. But I do want them to understand what it is. Reminds me of a certain government agency in the news recently. Interesting. This isn't liberal thing, Connor. People are shitty, period. Don't label this a one-side shit. Yup. The liberals are the only people currently sweeping for a 12-year-old fucking forcible rapist in my chat right now. Is it evil to offer a competent and thorough defense? Yeah, I think it is. When you know that your party is guilty and they pose an extreme risk to the public because they've already done a forcible rape, yeah, I think it's evil to try to disclude evidence on a technicality in order to get a forcible rapist a lenient sentence that then lets him get back into the community faster. And especially if that forcible rapist raped somebody else, I think you're complicit in their crime. And I think God should judge you accordingly. And once again, you motherfuckers are kind of lucky that I believe in God, because, like, if I didn't, we're going to go Los Pepes in this bitch real quick. Horse God says, think of how much of a judicial crush it is to have a high-definition video evidence and cellular GPS data of a crime these days, when in the past investigators had to actually investigate. I don't romanticize previous investigations. I think that's silly, too. Abaddon says, Connor, what have your principles achieved, though? Did your principal change the courts? Are they fixed? No, they aren't. You have to accept the bad shit just like us. Yeah, dumbass. I can criticize bad things. What the fuck? You guys are such fucking tool bags, man. I swear to God, I'm blaming Destiny for everything, okay? I understand not everybody in my chat is a DGGer, but it is really easy to blame it when you guys get, like, overly technical and fucking nerdy and shitty and ignore the points being made. It's really easy to blame Destiny for it. What the fuck does Connor, you live in the same system as us, so being morally outraged by injustice does nothing. Why haven't you rewritten the entire judicial system yet? What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Doobie for 10 says, libs absolutely cling to norms and procedures, to be honest, more concerned about rules followed than whether or not justice is already done. You already did, bro? True. Defense lawyers are evil is level 1 take. Even you jazz it up. Appeal to emotion. We should have a better system, though. There you go. You got coolant in your combustion chamber, bro. All right. I'm going to find some of y'all, and I'm going to stab you with my beautifully sharpened pencil. Officer Nasty says, wow, that sounds similar to when Connor was arguing for the ice shooters. You guys got fucking raped on that, like, immediately after pointing that out. Abaddon says, I can just start arguing if you aren't every minute of your life fighting the change. All of that is evil you call out, then you are just as bad as the system you rail against. All right, enjoy your time out. Enjoy it, retard. This is straight up. Why do you're a part of the system and yet you criticize it? Have you ever thought that you're a part of the system and yet you criticize it? Okay. Thanks, retard. Good one. Good one. God, you guys just fucking woke up and chose violence today. As did I. The problem with you motherfuckers is you think that I'm not going to choose violence back. Wheat Thin says pro-competent defense is not pro-rape, dummy. It is when you get a forcible rapist with evidence that proves their guilt thrown out on a technicality and release them within 60 days, when prior to your intervention, they were looking at a 5-year plea deal and decades in prison if it went to trial. Yes, it is pro-rape. If you have overwhelming evidence of somebody's guilt and you exclude it on a technicality, yes, that is pro-rape, you fucking idiot. Dana says, if someone's that far gone, why waste time interacting with them? They can go waste CO2 elsewhere, because they're convincing me to become dictator. You know what? I'm going to be JD Vance. Okay. I'm going to go to Peter Thiel. I'm going to say, hey, I'm going to let you genetically engineer as many cat boys and cat girls to have sex with as you want. Just make me dictator of America. Then I'm going to become dictator of America. Then, under threat of violence, I'm going to force the Senate and the Congress in order to repeal the 8th Amendment. And then I'm crucifying some people. How about that shit? Sacred Snow says, it's better for 100 innocent men to be falsely imprisoned than for 100 guilty people to go free as authoritarian mindset. No. When did I ever invert it? I never inverted it, you dumbass. I never inverted it. I have to... I don't have to draw this. Anybody with an 80 IQ should understand what I'm saying. The argument is that from liberals, from the liberal founders of our nation, I need you to track me real quick. Listen again. You need to listen. And listen to the words being said, not the emotion. The statement, it is better to let 100 guilty men go free than to put one innocent person in jail or prison, is an appeal to the extremity with which our founding fathers viewed the legal process. They truly wanted the state to defer to the innocence of the average good faith American citizen. That way, the state was not so overly enthusiastic about prosecution that they just incarcerated everybody. If you ask black people, it's already too judgmental of a system. I don't agree with their legalistic analysis, but you know, they argue that even with this as a philosophical backbone of the combative judicial process, they argue that it's still not enough, which I think is fucking horseshit, but whatever. Okay. But what I'm telling you is that if you could design a system where the actually guilty people were rendered guilty and the innocent people were rendered innocent, that is a preferable system to letting 100 guilty men go free, right? So the point is not to say, let's let 100 guilty men go because that's the price we pay in order to also release innocent people. It's to say that, like, innocence should be prioritized. That man was not innocent. Do you understand that? Their defense attorney thought that they were guilty. Not only did they think they were guilty, they had blood from the victim that could have gone to a lab that would have been proof positive of their defendant's guilt. And yet, Hillary Clinton went out of her way to travel to a different state in order to get said evidence that would have rendered her client irredeemably guilty, thrown out on a technicality. And you guys are saying, oh, that's good, actually. And it's like, what's wrong with you? You're not even analyzing whether or not the party was guilty. You're not even analyzing whether or not getting the proof positive evidence of guilt thrown out on a technicality was moral. It's legal, but it's obviously not moral. And you guys are defending it because you said that we have a naturally combative legal system. You're fucking... Ooh. Fed post, Fed post, Fed post, Fed post, Fed post, Fed post, Fed post. You guys are making me Fed post. Fed post. Fed post, Fed post, Fed post, Fed post, Fed post. Just Julius, once again, not tracking the conversation. Yeah, I picked the good lawyer 100 times out of 100. Who asked? You're a very emotional person. Okay. Enjoy your time out, bitch. Next time you say that shit, you're fucking banned. How about that? How's that for emotion? Real serious for 200 Argentinian pesos. Connor, aren't you the one who proposed the idea of Chesterton's fence? How are you not being hypocritical when you say, you're defending the system, but you also defend the system? It's just policy disagreement? Correct. But I'm correct, and you're wrong. My policy prescriptions are better than your policy prescriptions. That's why I talk about my policy prescriptions on stream. Doobie has to blame liberals for everything in his worldview crumbles. It makes sense. You guys assign more shit to his stuff. General Balsack does the same thing in reference to Doobie. You got in his orbit. You made that choice. Yeah, no shit. Just because you're in somebody's orbit doesn't mean you can't criticize somebody. Once again, the level 1 arguments from chat today. We've spent 2 hours fighting chat today. I thought this was going to be like a 30-minute in-out adventure. I thought it was going to be 20 minutes in and out. But it has not been a 20-minute adventure. Sacred Snow says, I understand the sentiment because it's super frustrating to see Diddy get a slap on the wrist because he has good lawyers, but also if we lived in the alternate system, it would be really frustrating to see our loved ones get falsely imprisoned because their defense attorney is essentially judge and jury. Okay, fuck it. You use a pen, it's easier on paper? No. Colbert being censored reminded me of the Eminem song, Without Me, the FCC won't let me be or let me be me. True. Charles Burrows says, live and learn content. No. We're going to watch Marco Rubio's speech. We're doing real politics today after I get done taking psychic damage from chat. Connor, I don't know if this is okay. My rapist was never charged with a crime. When they died, I said nothing. I hate life sometimes. When I told RCMP they tried to help me, they prevented 5 kids from abuse. Good. Good that they prevented additional abuse, Horses United. And sorry if I'm being flippant about your case while fighting with chat. Just Julia says, Doobie just admitted he thinks that Trump is better than Hillary. You tried to cover his ass and he shit on your hand. Doobie and I fight all the time. You're unfamiliar with Doobie and my relationship. So don't think that Doobie and I are best friends. Half the time that Doobie is in chat, I am like viciously getting one guide and getting fucking raped mentally by Doobie. So do not pretend that Doobie and I are in perfect alignment on all topics. That is a crazy thing to say. Cosner says, thanks, guys. It's my duty to cherish his name. I didn't want to bother you all. You're not bothering us. You're not bothering us. There are, Cosner, I say this with all seriousness. There are serious things in life. There are serious things to be carried in life. Traumas and pain and sadness and grief. And those burdens are carried best as a group. You are not bothering us. Horses United says, Connor, reasoning kind of speaking out. I lost someone 8 years ago, sudden car accident. Her name was Brittany. I loved. I know. And we got to carry our ghosts. We carry our ghosts with us. Beef fears the truth. True. We can conquer Alberta. I played Fallout 1 and 2. Don't blame me for playing Brotherhood of Steel. Brotherhood of Steel is the best faction. Why would you play anybody else? I would go along with the NCR because I think they're probably the most morally good faction. But the second I have an opportunity to join the Brotherhood of Steel, I'm joining the Brotherhood of Steel. Why would you play as anybody else? That being said, I fear no anti-liberal propaganda, and I will never abandon the voters of the COG. Good. Also, we found the owner of the dog I found in the road yesterday and brought to the orphanage. She's back home safe. Good. Good. I'm sorry for getting so pissy, but I do parasocially love you guys. Eric Dom says, you are good at fitting spontaneous tone shifts and eulogies for a person you never knew or understood. Genuine and kudos to you and even bigger ones for the people fighting for freedom. True. We know the facts of the case. I know I'm not the only one in the chat who's hearing him repeat it. It is driving me crazy, lol. Her being the defense has nothing to do with her happily telling how her client got off. True. Thank you, AK Batusai. Rubio's speech was great. He let other NATO needs know that they need to get their shit together. Let's take a look at it in a second. But the rules were followed, so it's totally fine, I guess. Correct. Once we hit 2 hours, we're at an hour 49 right now. I might even wrap a little bit early. But not wrapping the stream early. I'm gonna wrap this arguing with chat segment a little bit early. But I'm gonna put a hard limit on 2 hours, because if I go past 2 hours, I'm probably just gonna have a stroke. Skillful Dunn says, but Alex was justified because Hillary just had sand in her vagina. Yeah. Hillary Clinton is in this analogy, Hillary Clinton is the overzealous cop. You nailed it on the head, Skillful Duns. While being sarcastic, you actually nailed it on the head. Hillary Clinton did something that was perfectly legal. It is immoral. In reference to the Alex Preddy and Renee Good shooting, I have said that those actions were immoral and we should change the law. Notice how you guys didn't bitch about me saying that I needed to change the law. I also said that they were morally incorrect. And yet, when we have an analog in reference to defense attorneys, you guys appeal to legalism in order to sweep for moral analysis. It's cringe, and I hate you for it. I still love you, but I hate you for this. Officer Nasty says, now you know how we feel talking about the ICE shootings with you. Why? I'm going to draw this. I'm going to draw this because you guys are so fucking stupid this morning. You do not have 3,000 IQ this morning. You do not have 3,000 IQ right now. You guys are being so fucking stupid, and it's pissing me off so bad. Paint. I'm going to show you right now how fucking stupid you are. You have compelled me to draw this out. I don't give a flying fuck if I lose viewers. How's this? Legal, needs reform, legalistic reform, moral. These are 3 tiers of analysis, and you guys are blending the fuck out of them because you are like 0 IQ today, and it's pissing me off. So let's go ahead and do this. So let's copy this. And actually, let's even expand it because you guys are such fucking tool bags today. Copy, paste. All right. Here's me. This is my analysis, which is consistent. You guys are not consistent, which is why it's pissing me off. Let's do Renee Good, Alex Preddy shootings. Let's do Hill Dog getting rapist, minimal jail time, and laughing about it. Okay? These are 2 different scenarios. Okay? Let's copy this. And I'm gonna label this shit petty as fuck. I'm gonna be like, why chat is retarded today. And that's gonna be the name of this fucking drawing. Okay? So let's go ahead and analyze what I said about the Renee Good and Alex Preddy shootings. These were legally justifiable, and the people who participated in them were following legal guidance that will not result in their punishment. Okay? That's what I was saying. That is the contention. Then I said, through police, through officer-caused jeopardy, law reform, and better police tactics, we can prevent additional deaths like this in the future through reform. Then I said, these things are immoral, but legal. then in reference to Hillary Clinton, I am also saying what Hillary Clinton did, while morally reprehensible, is not only legal, it is actually expected out of our legal, what would you call it? Out of our professional legal advocates. Okay? Now, I'm saying that we as a country, if we believe this to be immoral, which I do, we should look at other systems like Germany's interrogative system and maybe hybridize our system with Germany so we don't expect defense attorneys to help forcible rapists avoid prison on technicalities. Okay, that's what I said. And then I also said, these things are immoral, but legal. All right. Now, what you guys said is not only were the shootings immoral, but based off of our shitty understanding of the law, we think they're also illegal. And the only reason they're not being prosecuted is because of the Trump admin. And we are wrong because even in the Biden admin, these law enforcement officers would not be prosecuted. Then, I think you guys actually, weirdly enough, agree with me on my reform prescriptions. So we agree. So let me go ahead and throw this here. We actually overlap on these. And then you're saying, this is where I would say, these things are not only immoral, but are illegal. And if they're not, they should be made illegal. And by the way, if you're like, damn, this content sucks, why is Connor drawing out such simple concepts? You did this. You did this, chat. You did this. Okay? So what you guys are saying to me right now is you're saying what Hillary Clinton did is not only legal, but we expect it out of our law enforcement advocates. Therefore, we will not criticize Hillary Clinton for being an aggressive defense attorney. Then, and I know some of you were joking, but I'm going to say this. Hillary Clinton was not only legally justified, but as a aggressive advocate for their client in a combative system, it was her duty to try to get her client a minimal sentence. So even though a provably forcible rapist was released on a technicality, Hill Dog is based for doing so, and you are cringe for criticizing her, and advocating judicial reform, lol, laugh my fucking ass off. That's you guys for the past fucking 30 to 40 minutes, okay? And then not only was Hill Dog legally justified, she's also morally justified, because this is our system, and it's a better system than most. Eat a bowl of wieners, you loser, moral frog, cop bootlicker. Okay? This is what you guys have been saying. So I'm going to point this out to you because we're already here, okay? So what's interesting about this is that there are elements of alignment, okay? We don't agree on some things, but we do agree on other things. I actually think we agree on legalistic reform, okay? We agree on legalistic reform. We also agree that I disagree with you on whether or not these things are legal, but I agree with you that these things are immoral, and realistically, we should reform our laws. So we actually agree, okay? Now, where we disagree is here, okay? We disagree on whether or not it's legally justifiable, but I'm right and you're wrong, and you can eat a bowl of wieners. Excuse me. Let me remove that. So I'm right and you're wrong, but we still agree with 2/3 overlap. Now, what you guys have said is that, Connor, you're such a hypocrite because you have this perspective in reference to the Alex Preddy and Renee Good shootings, and yet all we're doing is we're regurgitating your talking points in reference to the legalistic analysis of Hill Dog. But that's not true. It's not true at all, because not only do we disagree on whether or not the actions are morally reprehensible that Hillary Clinton took, we also disagree on whether or not legal reform is necessary and whether or not what she did was even bad. So when you're using these things as analogs, you're dumb. And I expect more out of you. I expect more out of my 3,000 IQ. If you want me to say, and I understand that you don't care whether or not I say it, but if you want me to be proud of this community, if you want me to think that I'm actually attracting the best people in Twitch and YouTube politics, if you want me to actually think that my chat is filled with 3,000 IQ Giga Chats and Giga Stacies, you cannot appeal to the tribalist bullshit of your fucking liberal F-slur favorite streamers. You can't. It's not going to happen. I'm not going to let you get away with it. I know it would make me more popular. I know it would make me more money. I know that it would make me less likely to beef with my chat. And as a result, I would lose less viewers over time. I know it would be easier. I'm not doing it. Do you understand that? Do you understand that I'm not going to let you guys be idiots in my presence? Technicalities are important. How are you not getting it? Yeah. Technically throwing out evidence that is proof positive that you're, patriarch. It's totally necessary in order to get the blood of a 12-year-old rape victim thrown out of court so you can get a forcible rapist a 60-day sentence. Yeah, that's a coherent and moral worldview, patriarch. Fuck out of here. Why my chat is retarded today. There you go. Enjoy. You're wrong. I'm right. We're at 2 hours and 3 minutes. I'm going to keep scrolling and getting pissed off. I'm going to start this segment because realistically, if I keep going, I'm going to spend the next 4 hours fighting you. So I can't do that. So I need to read super chats, and I need to get going. So let me read super chats real quick. Let me do full screen. Wow, you guys really pissed me off today. It happens. It happens. Real Serious says, Connor, aren't you the one who proposed Chesterton's fence? How are you not hypocritical when you say, you're defending the system, but then you also defend the system as just policy disagreement? Correct. I'm advocating to make a new fence and remove an old fence. You are right. Grassroots 10 says, it's okay for something to not be justice right now. There's a transience in law that requires time. The social pressure can come well before that. True. Real Serious says, should all defense attorneys auto throw as soon as they have a reasonable suspicion their client did it? No, that's not what I said. If they see the prosecution sucking, should they intervene? Are all public defenders immoral? No, and that's not what I said. Grassroots 20 says, do you think I'm a sociopath? We are on the same team, and to be fair, I've hated all of my defense attorneys historically. Not so far. I think you're a little eager to feed people to wood chippers, so I think you need to slow down a little bit. But, you know, besides, I don't think you're a sociopath. Short for 2 says, the base part is Gaddafi clip. Good. I hate you slightly less, Short, even though I timed you out. But I think when I time people out, I literally time them out for 3 minutes. So if you get timed out for 3 minutes, it's not a big deal. I'm just mad. All that happened is you one-guyed me, and I got pissed off enough to do something about it. But it's a 3-minute thing, so I wouldn't take it too personally. Jeb Cush says, chips brought to you by Flair Felt Tip Pens. I'm a gel pen guy. Real Serious with 100 ARS says, on the Pretty thing, I'm okay with technicalities. My specific disagreement is when force was used. The equivalent on the lawyer side would be when does something that one considers blatantly illegal. I don't think so at all. I think it's a moral analysis. Grassroots for 10 says, look, I'm the set people of fire publicly guy. Oh, I'm the set people on fire in public guy. But do you want people to impose their moral presuppositions on individual cases? No. My answer is no. Pretty sure yours is too. Sure. Vazraka gifted. Thank you for being my favorite lurker. Abaddon says, Connor, don't punish me for my past messages if I'm R-slurred. It's because your God made me this way. Blame your God and love his creation, me. True. True, Abaddon. I should blame God for your ill form. I do. Old School says Connor is seriously trying to get, Chad is seriously trying to get Connor to stroke out. They are. Doobie says, I confess that I knew the audio would trigger you because your community is full of destiny-pilled libs who would defend it. Well, congratulations, Doobie. You made a 5-minute in and out adventure in order to say that Hillary Clinton was a morally dubious character into a 2-hour crash out. So congratulations, Doobie. You did a great job in reference to content. Grassroots 10 says, let it never be said that I'm a Connor ball washer. I just live in his walls like a normal person. True. Fell says, the argument was always been, is Hillary Clinton evil and undeserving of leadership compared to Donald Trump? People voted for Trump over Hillary because she's evil, and isn't that insane? Okay. Doobie might have made that argument where he said Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are more warmongery than Donald Trump. Therefore, isn't it better that Donald Trump is president? He might have said that shit. I never said that shit. I'm separating the arguments. I've separated the arguments half a dozen times. So if you are not tracking me now, I don't know what to do for you. Hedonic Samuel for 2 says, Goose Fraba, Connor. Is Goose Fraba? Is that from the Goose Fraba? Is that from Jack Nicholson Therapy movie? Is that from the Jack Nicholson Therapy movie? Or is that from the Mob Boss Therapy movie with the guy from When Harry Met Sally? I forget. There's like a few therapy movies where the therapist is like anger management. Is that what it's called? There's a few therapist movies where like a male therapist manipulates his male client about anger issues into harnessing his anger. I don't remember which one that's from, but I feel like it's from one of those movies. Doobie for 10 says, do you guys think public defenders who trick juries into letting guilty KKK members who lynched African Americans off the hook were doing a good thing because they followed the rules of the system? I mean, that's an excellent question. That's an excellent question, Doobie. So because it is the defense attorney's job to present an aggressive defense when known Klan members in the community did extrajudicial killings of Black men in the community, and the defense attorneys knew that their clients were guilty, but they used technicalities in order to get the KKK members off on murder. Was that a good thing? Were they morally uncriticizable characters because they all they were doing was presenting an aggressive defense on behalf of their clients? Was it good that based off of technicality, murderers were allowed to return their communities and were likely, because they got away with murder once and they might get away with it again, they might be able to even give advice on other people who wanted to murder random black citizens on how to get away with said crimes. Was that a moral good? Because that's almost a direct analog of the argument. Because you're saying, no. We're in a combative legal system. Therefore, if a defense attorney gets evidence thrown out on a technicality, then that's technically them being a good defense attorney. So do you hold that same energy when it comes to extrajudicial vigilante murders of random black people who may or may not be guilty of the crimes that they're accused? You got to keep that same energy, bitch. Okay. Anyways, I have to start the segment, or else we're never going to do anything today. So I'm going to start a segment. Although somebody did at Valor in chat, so I guess I have to read that one, don't I? Alan says, you seem to have giant misunderstanding of how German law system works. Well, to be fair, I did read an AI summary of the German legal system, so I'm not exactly a German law expert. Bro, just hate the system, not the profession that operates in the system. No, I'm good. I'm good. Look at what Hillary Clinton has done to our community. Black Dynamite. I'm declaring war on anybody who deals drugs to the community. But Black Dynamite, I deal drugs to the community. Okay. Read my good morning message, shake my head. No, I missed it. Abaddon says, Connor, I'm agreeing with you. Okay. Razzle Smasher says, I don't understand the point of calling Hillary evil at this stage other than to justify not voting for her in 2016, which was a bad calculation and should not be justified. Okay, I'm not saying that. If Doobie's saying that, I'm not saying that. Connor, the CSI effect is the same thing as the effect of The Apprentice had on Americans believing Trump is a competent businessman. Honey, do you know where the pencil sharpener is? Sharpens and proceeds to fiddle with pencil. True. Connor is just like Hassan now. Everything goes back to destiny. I know. Okay. Thomas Martinson, enjoy your 3 minutes. It's a fun 3 minutes, but it's 3 minutes. Connor has Hillary Clinton derangement syndrome. Oh my God. Eat a wiener. Skeptical says, I've always wanted to be a lawyer, defense attorney ever since I was a kid, but the prospect of that exact scenario kept me from ever opening the door. Silly, yes, especially since I can't sleep at night. Well, no, I would strongly recommend your soul is not worth it. Don Wrinkles says, stolen valor. I did 3 tours in Nam and 4 tours in Yo Mama. True. That's a job, bro. If evidence isn't collected correctly or the chain of custody isn't correct, well, I'll refer you to my drawing of why my chat is R-slurred today. Random commenter says, you don't have a principle for the 4th Amendment, then the government should be able to violate rights as long as they are sure they are guilty. Nope, that's not what I said, dumbass. Connor, please catch up. No. Connor should have put the helmet on long ago. Alls I know is Dems hate voter ID. Universal basic jail, true. If Hillary Clinton asked to be dismissed for the case, it does change the dynamic a lot. She's morally shitty for not taking the L, but hating on her for doing her job is similar to hating cops reacting to blah, 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 blah. We aren't saying it's good. There are people saying it's good, Sean. There are people saying it's good. They're saying you can't criticize Hillary Clinton morally. While I think Clinton is an evil person, it is sounding like you were saying obviously guilty people shouldn't have a fair trial. That's not what I said. Rewind the VOD. Yeah, Unort says, wow, Connor is crazy today. Next, he's going to say Saul from Breaking Bad / Better Call Saul was immoral. True. Okay. Enjoy your time out, random commenter. Getting thrown out on a technicality. You clearly weren't. Either you weren't here for this or you're an idiot. Enjoy your 3-minute suspension. You spent 2 hours fighting chat today, my brother in Christ. I know. Beef Supreme says, love y'all. Catch y'all tomorrow. Ooh, beef. You leaving during the Hillary Clinton audio genuinely pissed me off. All right, scrolling. No shot we are doing another hour of Hillary debate. We might. Let it be said that Connor, I'm not a Connor ball washer. Yep, that's catching up. I'm scrolling a lot. If I don't see Connor or Valor Media Network, I'm scrolling faster. Okay. Yep. Enjoy your 3 minutes, Officer Nasty. If you're not listening to me, I don't care. If you were assigned Epstein's case and you looked for a technicality to get him off, you should be in prison with him, to be honest. There you go. Or I think you should at least be morally criticizable, which some people in chat are refusing. Philip Coffey says a lawyer who exploits the system to win a case is immoral and a bad person. It's less an individual matter than an issue with the system as a whole, is what's Connor's arguing. True. If Connor will time out my nights, I will time out his. That's fine. Boog says, can't make rules for rule breakers. No system stands up to maliciousness, incompetence, or indifference. Every system has holes. Its pickings the ones you prefer. Correct, Boogs. I don't even know if you're agreeing with me, but that statement in a vacuum is correct. Boog says, our system works by trying to protect the innocent over ensuring they get the bad guys. Sure. Oh, yeah, we did it. We implemented the system of all society uses. We did it. I refuse to take blame for this when Doobie is standing right over there. It's Doobie's fault. If he ain't going to read our super chats, do we get a refund? Lol. I feel like I read your super chat, didn't I? I think there's only one Abaddon super chat, and it was like, don't blame me, blame God. I do blame God. I'm looking if there's another Abaddon super chat. Did you refund your super chat, you son of a biscuit? Oh, Abaddon, you monster. Let me double check, but I'm about to j'accuse. There was an Abaddon super chat. Oh, no. Here it is. Okay, my bad. I was about to j'accuse on Abaddon. Connor, don't punish me for my past messages if I'm an R-slur. God made me that way. Yeah. Okay. All right. If you had refunded that and I couldn't see it anymore, I would have been pissed. Sean, not that I care about $5. That's not what I would have been pissed about. What I would have been pissed about is you not trusting me to read it. Sean Kaplan says, I hate the system that allows cops to get away with murder and more crimes than the average person, but I love cops. Do you see the difference, Connor? Sure. Hill Dog is legal but immoral. Correct. Both are legal but immoral. Your animated nature with one but not the other is inconsistency. You're animated. How about that? Using the colloquial term technicality is just minimizing it. It's the law. Follow the law. The technicalities are what the law requires. Sure, Jen Winkler, here's the technicality. Hillary Clinton, in her own testimony that we were watching an hour ago, said that there's a really, really, really good blood expert in New York. So I was assigned to the forcible rape case of a 12-year-old. And in said case, the guy passed the polygraph, which made me forever doubt that polygraphs were a useful tool in legal defense or legal prosecution. So she thinks her own client is guilty. But she flew to New York, even though she was a defense attorney, I think in Arkansas at the time. Somebody correct me if I got this detail wrong. And despite believing that her own client was guilty, the forensics team took the underwear of the man who committed the rape that had blood on it, okay? And they cut out a tiny square. What's that? Okay. They cut out a square of the underwear. And so what Hillary Clinton did is she went to the blood expert and she said, hey, this is the case, blah, 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 blah. And not only that, she tells the guy, the person that's interviewing her, it was known that if you go to this blood expert guy and you interest his autism into your case, he'll say what you want him to say. He just wants to be the blood guy, okay? So she goes to New York, gets him interested in the case, and the blood guy says, oh, yeah, the sample is too small. They eliminate, they tampered with the evidence because they chopped it out of the original piece. The original piece has cross-contamination. Therefore, whatever results come back from the blood test are invalid, which, by the way, I would agree. If I was the prosecutor, I would have gone forward with the case because I would have said, fuck you. The blood sample came back with this, and this cross thing. that as a result, it actually shows that it's from a female with an identical blood type as the female victim, blah, 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 blah. I would have gone to court on, I would have gone to trial on that shit instantaneously. And not only that, I would have gotten another blood expert to testify. And even if my blood expert was not as good as his blood expert, I would have gone to trial on that shit in a fucking heartbeat. I would not have given a fuck. But the judge, Hillary goes to the judge and she says, hey, I got this like high power New York guy who's going to come down and rip your blood evidence to shit. Therefore, let's do a deal. And the judge says, okay, let's do a deal. But because the blood evidence has now been eliminated because of what Hillary Clinton did and because of the polygraph, the judge, instead of going for a 5-year plea deal like Hillary Clinton wanted, the forcible rapist of a 12-year-old got 60 days in jail. And Hillary Clinton was crowing about it to a reporter. And I have people in my chat saying that not only is that just the process, so just deal with it, but they're saying that that's justice. We shouldn't morally impugn Hillary Clinton for using the blood expert to preclude evidence that showed that her client was proof positive guilty. That's what they're saying in my chat right now. And I think I am righteously pissed. Okay? So how about that? Giga Chad guilty of dog maxing over here. Based. Technicality, no, down, boo, over. You guys suck. This is why arguing morality is dumb, because everyone has a different set of morals. Well, I mean, if you don't think that getting a forcible rapist 60 days in jail is immoral, then, you know, I don't think we're, let's just say we're not on the same page. How to talk yourself into an aneurysm, step 1. Join the counterpoints chat. 5 minute, there's no 3-minute timeout. Okay, well, enjoy your 5 minutes. Enjoy your 5 minutes. How about that? AK Batu Sai says they would be pissed at a lawyer who got the Preddy shooter off. They 100% would be. And I'd be like, but technically it's legal. And they'd be like, no, Connor, kill yourself. It's immoral. How do you not see it's immoral? Connor, kill yourself. They'd be shitting their pants. They'd be shitting their pants. Real Serious says no, because the system was immoral. Do you think all public defenders with a suspicion auto throw would lead to more or less innocent people doing their job? I don't think I ever said that defense attorneys had to auto throw. Anonymous Shatter says it's defense attorney's job to provide defense for attorneys. It is a duty of the state to prove why it should be taking someone's rights. Principles dictate even guilty people deserve defense. Nobody said different. Nobody said different. Conservative liberals says an important question. Did the defense attorney for the KKK members ask to be taken off the case? Maybe. Doobie says some of you people need to get right with God. That's true. Dude, that's Doobie saying it. That's Doobie saying that. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. Real Serious says Doobie just said in one chat he thinks public defenders should auto throw if they think their client is guilty. Can we contend with that? And if that would lead to lesser, more innocent people going to jail? It would lead to more innocent people going to jail. 100%. And I don't agree with Doobie. Dan Brandon said, I listen as much as I can, Connor, but I'm also working, so I'm listening behind and I'm listening to you on 2x speed based. I'm realizing that no one actually knows why sex positivity is a good thing. They just had sex shaming is bad. Okay. Doobie said tricked, and tricked isn't following the law. Technicalities are the law, and the law provides for it, for the law should be followed. Okay. I explained myself. Scrolling. I'm trying to catch up with you guys, but you guys are popping off, so it's hard for me to catch up. Any more of the fighting shit, and I'm switching to video games. Windrose demo is calling, which is a pirate survival game. Well, good luck. Good luck. I'm scrolling. Here's the Valor Media Network. That's what you told us for Preddy Sugar Tits. No, I didn't. I drew a drawing for you, and if you can't distinguish the difference, then you guys are dumb. Okay. Random commentator says I would defend Preddy's lawyers as well because I have principled stance. The right to a competent defender, the state has to make the case. Okay. Project Socio says, I don't know. Fuck Dershowitz. Being able to get Epstein a sweetheart deal is kind of disgusting. Yes, it is. It's immoral. Anonymous Shatter with the 10 says, I need you to separate what that evil is. Is the action or the laughing or both? Have you ever heard doctors talk about patients that sounds evil, but you get desensitized when you deal with it? Yeah, I don't care about the being callous in reference to fucked up shit. I'm guilty of that too. That's not what I care about. And if she owned it, I would probably care about it even less. However, she was trying to pretend that she was like everybody's sweet grandma during the election campaign. I'm like, no, you're not. You're like a sociopathic murdering bitch. Get the fuck out of here, right? So anyways, if she just was like, yeah, I'm a sociopath, but I'm a better sociopath than Donald Trump, then I'd be like, do I think the ICE defense lawyers are evil? No, because I don't think that they're reliant on a legal technicality in order to get those people out of jail or prison. I've explained the legalistic argumentation. And I've told you, if you want ICE officers to go to jail or prison for what they did in reference to the Preddy shooting or in reference to the Renee Good shooting, you need to change the law. And I told you what policy would successfully change the law. So once again, like, your inability to understand me doesn't mean that I'm not communicating what needs to be communicated. Yeah, it's not the laughing. It's the knowing that your client is a forcible rapist of a 12-year-old and going out of your way to get a blood expert that you know goes with whoever is hiring them because they care about their ego and being the preeminent blood expert in order to throw out evidence that would have proven that your client was a forcible rapist. That's the immorality. Then you argue they could write a false report. That's a technicality, bro. Who said false report? I never said false report. The reports that I wrote on behalf of the people, those weren't false reports. Those weren't false. They might have been hyperbolic in the perceived threat, but they were not lies. I never use the word false. You're adding the word false. Once again, Officer Nasty just proving that you just don't listen to words or you don't know what words mean. Abaddon, say what you want about Clinton and Trump. At least they aren't vegans, true. Jen Winkler says, if the judge made the decision, there's more to say about the judge than it is the person you should be mad at. If the state didn't get another expert, there's a reason. There's definitely more to it. I don't think so. And Jen Winkler, I love you enough that I'm not going to ban you for pissing me off. Should we need to change the law, or should we just heckle the ICE agents' lawyers into sandbagging? Okay. All right. You guys are just born to piss me off today. All right. Let me check whoever sent me a DM, and then let's get cracking. Maki Mac says... Yeah, I'm going to read this. Marky Mark says, just reading out since I know I'm buried in chat. I don't know how people ignore the basic analysis of legally correct, morally it needs reform. Defense attorney's utmost responsibility is to analyze the truth for what it is. Obfuscation of evidence to obfuscate the truth is legally permissible but morally bad. Correct. And by the way, y'all saying, like, you understand that, like, lawyers are prohibited from lying on behalf of their clients, right? They can't just present a knowingly false case in order to defend their clients aggressively. Now, private defense attorneys do all the time because the threshold of proving that a lawyer is presenting a knowably false case is so hard to do that I don't think anybody's even tried. I don't think anybody, like, so for instance, I would love it if that defense attorney was doing all that CSI argumentation and they were knowingly presenting a false case, a lie, to help their client commit a crime and get away with it. I would bring that case all day. Like, I think in what this life, I'm kind of tired, guys. 4 years in the Marine Corps and 4 years in law enforcement and 4 years getting my degree and 15 years married and raising 2 kids. I'm tired. I just want to enjoy life. So I'm probably done serving the public. But I think there's a different version of me out there in the infiniteness of space and time that became a state prosecutor. 100%. So anyways, let's get the content cracking. I think you guys have sufficiently pissed me off for today. I'm going to reload the stream real quick. Has anybody typed since Airborne Kite says, should we need to change the laws? Because you guys were like popping off a second ago and now chat's frozen. So did I just catch up with you guys and you guys slowed down, or is chat frozen and I need to reload it? Let me go to youtube.com. Let me load up chat real quick. See if there's more shit. Oh, yeah, it was popping up. Wait, hold on. Maybe not. Maybe it wasn't. I know I've said that I'm going to start the new segment, but I think I'm truly done. I caught up with chat, and I'm actually like so pissed off that I think I've been sufficiently pissed off for long enough that we can end that segment. Because that was a mind fuck for me. I don't know if it was a mind fuck for you. Oh yeah, I need to reload. All right, so I'm gonna reload StreamYard real quick because chat is frozen on my StreamYard, and I still want to see what you people have to say. So I'm gonna reload. I'm gonna disappear for 10 seconds. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'm back. Hello. I am back. All right. All right. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. We did hit 3 goals today without even trying. Who knew that a Hill Dog legal segment was going to pop off? And as a result, we were going to hit 3 goals in like 2 hours. So I have no idea how that happened, but it did. All right. Anyways, let me do why is MAGA pro pedos? Dude, you're saying that they were lit. My chat was just defending having a defense attorney getting a 12-year-old rapist a 60-day sentence. I think you're all rapists. At this point, you're all pedophile rapists until proven otherwise. Universal basic jail, man. Grassroots hegemon. Grassroots hegemon is slowly but surely convincing me of universal basic jail. $20 from Grassroots. Just so you know, we can disagree, but I still love you. And this is the cull community. Yes, it's the cult. It's the cult of Girl Hottest. It's the community of Girl Hottest. All right. Anyways, legally justified, morally kind of fucked. I don't think anybody was making the moral claim that it was good. Okay. Sacred Snow says, to be clear, I think Hillary Clinton is morally neutral for doing her job well. I think she's morally bad for bragging about it. I think the prosecution were morally bad for being lazy. Okay, it's close enough. You don't support Dems. Well, I mean, I do support Dems over MAGA. Why does MAGA support Trump? Because they're in a cult. Officer Nasty if we're just throwing out straw mans. Okay. Enjoy your 5 minutes. Okay. How about that, Officer Nasty? How about you read the room and you know when you're pissing me off? How about that? I'm making the moral claim that she was good. Holy shit, I hate you with every fiber of my being, Thomas Martinson, but I'm going to move on. All right. Let's do it. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a real Republican, and I just spent 2 hours fighting my chat about Hillary Clinton and prosecution, so I'm a little bit spicy today. So my apologies if I get a little spicy during the segment. However, Marco Rubio, a Trump admin official who used to have his soul, but sold his soul for power. He's a Cuban American. He's an immigrant, first generation immigrant. He became a powerful Republican, probably like a moderate centrist, never Trump Republican during the first Trump administration in 2016. That run, he was actually pretty critical of the Trump admin and Trump as a person. But over time, he's realized that MAGA is the power broker in the Republican Party. As a result, he became the State Department lead for the Trump administration. He oversaw the slashing of PEPFAR and USAID, which is protected to kill 3 million to 14 million people over the next 5 years. As a result, I think that this dude is like his soul. He's degenerating. Okay. His soul is slowly withering within his body. All right. And so as a result, I'm like highly disappointed in Rubio. If Rubio kind of had a road to Damascus moment where like in the midterms, he was like, you know what? Trump's a piece of shit. And he did diddle kids. And I do know that he diddle kids. Democrats should stomp his guts out. And what's going to happen is I'm going to run for president in the next 2 years against JD Vance because JD Vance is Donald Trump's sycophant, his cock sleeve. And as a result, I'm actually going to call out the Trump administration on all of their bullshit. And I'm going to usher in a new era of Republican politics that isn't as villainous or shitty as the Trump administration. Fuck the Trump admin. Fuck Donald Trump. He's a pedophile. Then I would be like, oh, shit. All right, little Marco, welcome back. I'm going to vote for you in the primary. But barring that, I think he's going along with evil shit for the sake of power. He's done a speech in Munich is in Switzerland, right? Or is it in Austria? I forget. It's in some Central European country. But he's in Munich. He did a speech about European security to the Europeans. A lot of people on the right wing are valorizing the speech. They're saying it's base. They're saying it's Giga Chad. They're saying it's red pill. They're saying it's amazing. And a lot of lefties are saying that this is, oh, it's in Germany? Holy shit. Well, I guess Switzerland and Austria were a part of Germany at some point. Bad World War II joke there for you. So anyways, so we're going to take a look at it. We're going to see if it's based. We're going to see if it's cringe. We're going to criticize it. Let's go.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. We gather here today as members of a historic alliance, an alliance that saved and changed the world. You know, when this conference began in 1963, it was in a nation, actually it was on a continent, that was divided against itself. The line between communism and freedom ran through the heart of Germany. The first barbed fences of the Berlin Wall had gone up just 2 years prior. And just months before that first conference, before our predecessors first met here in Munich, the Cuban Missile Crisis had brought the world to the brink of nuclear destruction. Even as World War II still burned fresh in the memory of Americans and Europeans alike, we found ourselves staring down the barrel of a new global catastrophe, one with the potential for a new kind of destruction, more apocalyptic and final than anything before in the history of mankind. The time of that first gathering, Soviet communism was on the march. Thousands of years of Western civilization hung in the balance. At that time, victory was far from certain. But we were driven by a common purpose. We were unified not just by what we were fighting against. We were unified by what we were fighting for. And together, Europe and America prevailed. And a continent was rebuilt. Our people prospered. In time, the East and West blocks were reunited. A civilization was once again made whole. That infamous wall that had cleaved this nation into two came down, and with it, an evil empire. And the East and West became one again. But the euphoria of this triumph led us to a dangerous delusion that we had entered, quote, the end of history, that every nation would now be a liberal democracy, that the ties formed by trade and by commerce alone would now replace nationhood, that the rules-based global order, an overused term, would now replace the national interest, and that we would now live in a world without borders where everyone became a citizen of the world. This was a foolish idea that ignored both human nature and it ignored the lessons of over 5,000 years of recorded human history. And it has cost us dearly.
Okay. I think he's moving from the intro into the next segment, and I'm okay with it so far. The globalists in my chat are going to be coping and seething and molding, but you know, we have to see how far the speech goes and what's rhetoric versus what's applied. Let's talk about the intro, okay? The historic alliance that was freedom versus communism. Okay. Now, I would say liberal democracy and mixed economy capitalism versus communism, but that doesn't flow off of the tongue as easily, right? He brings up the Cuban Missile Crisis and the immediacy of nuclear annihilation and how terrifying that was, and also that Soviet communism or socialism, what was a power in the Cold War. We live in the post-Cold War era, and so we look back at the Cold War of like, oh, wasn't it silly that America fought all these proxy wars? Wasn't it silly that we spent so much blood and treasure fighting communism? Wasn't it so silly that we were ever afraid of communism? Because eventually the contradictions of communism and socialism would be so great that they would implode. And I would actually argue to you the following, that that's not true. That the Soviet Union could have returned to state capitalism during the Cold War and arguably could have been as powerful or more powerful than China now. And that it actually did take the blood, treasure, sweat, arms race, space race, culture war, and all of that stuff in order to bring down the Soviet Union. The collapse of the Soviet Union was not predetermined. It was done through intentional effort. And so that's where, for me, I love Cold Warriors. I valorize Cold Warriors. Some Cold Warriors are my fucking heroes. Okay? Because they had the balls to stand up and say, hey, communism, a moneyless, stateless class of society, is utopian gobbledygook, and people are slaughtering each other in the name of this utopian gobbledygook, and we need to do something about it. So I actually praise those people. So he also says that which by the way, this is a little dog whistly for me, and this is where we're kind of moving into the next segment where I want to let Marco cook before I criticize him, saying that liberal democracy would replace nationalism, that globalism is foolish and we've paid a dear price. I'm not a globalist. I'm an internationalist. Okay? What I mean by that is that I think nation states still need to exist as a matter of administration. Okay? So a nation being an identifiable core of people, and a state being a government that administers said people, is a necessary civilizational action. And so eliminating borders, eliminating ethno-religious distinction, eliminating linguistic distinctions, eliminating racial distinctions, eliminating economic distinctions, to me is utopian fantasy as utopian. Like a post-national liberal economic order, to me, is as fanciful as utopian communism. I think we're always going to have ethno-religious tribalism. I think we're always going to have racial tribalism. And I also think there's always going to need to be a state that is responsible to an identifiable people for the purpose of administration. And so Khazra says that globalism is inevitable. Maybe in the long term, maybe when we have information superhighways that make civic administration so easy that the administration of a state that's necessary, driver's license, state IDs, rule safety, speed limits, vehicle regulations, agricultural regulations, maybe technology will make these administrative functions so easy that we'll become increasingly better at it over time. And as a result, we could be unified as a planet. However, for now, with our technology, with our diverse group of languages and religions and ethno-religious interests and all that kind of shit, I think that internationalism, meaning that we all live in identifiable nations, but then identifiable nations cooperate to mutual benefit, I think we're stuck in that dynamic probably for the next millennia. I am not a globalist. I am not an isolationist nationalist. I am an internationalist. All right?
In this delusion, we embraced a dogmatic vision of free and unfettered trade, even as some nations protected their economies and subsidized their companies to systematically undercut ours, shuttering our plants, resulting in large parts of our societies being deindustrialized, shipping millions of working and middle-class jobs overseas, and handing control of our critical supply chains to both adversaries and rivals. We increasingly outsourced our sovereignty to international institutions while many nations invested in massive welfare states at the cost of maintaining the ability to defend themselves. This, even as other countries have invested in the most rapid military buildup in all of human history and have not hesitated to use hard power to pursue their own interests. To appease a climate cult, we have imposed energy policies on ourselves that are impoverishing our people, even as our competitors exploit oil and coal and natural gas and anything else, not just to power their economies, but to use as leverage against our own. And in a pursuit of a world without borders, we opened our doors to an unprecedented wave of mass migration that threatens the cohesion of our societies, the continuity of our culture, and the future of our people. We made these mistakes.
Sorry. Hold on. Let me rewind. That was kind of dog whistly. That was a little tough.
Future of our people. We made culture.
Oh my God.
And the future of our people.
Oh my God. Why don't you just say 1488, bro? God damn. That's bad. That's bad. I'm writing that down. I'm going to let him cook, though. That was tough. That was a tough one.
We made these mistakes together. And now, together, we owe it to our people to face those facts and to move forward, to rebuild. Under President Trump, the United States of America will once again take on the task of renewal and restoration, driven by a vision of a future as proud, as sovereign, and as vital as our civilization's past. And while we are prepared, if necessary, to do this alone, it is our preference and it is our hope to do this together with you, our friends here in Europe. For the United States and Europe, we belong together. America was founded 250 years ago, but the roots began here on this continent long before. The men who settled and built the nation of my birth arrived on our shores carrying the memories and the traditions and the Christian faith of their ancestors as a sacred inheritance, an unbreakable link between the old world and the new. We are part of one civilization, Western civilization. We are bound to one another by the deepest bonds that nations could share, forged by centuries of shared history, Christian faith, culture, heritage, language, ancestry, and the sacrifices our forefathers made together.
Come on, ma'am. This is post-liberal shit, dude. This is post-liberalism. Oh, God damn it. History, religion, heritage. God damn it. God damn it. This is sad. All right, let me explain this real quick. So, Grassroots20 says, why is everyone spaghetti all upset because I said I wanted a long, thick girth Dwight D? I mean, I'm not upset. That's fine. Globalism has gutted our national interest and outsourced our sovereignty while deindustrializing and outsourcing it to rivals and enemies. Okay. True. However, we could have a sane reindustrial policy where vital technologies have a duplicative manufacturing structure inside the United States subsidized by the state. All right. And what I mean by that is during COVID, we had shortages of essential medical supplies. Stop saying this is my boy. Stop saying this is my king. Okay? We're going to talk about the based and the cringe. Okay? We're going to talk about the base and the cringe. So the cringe here, well, hold on. The base part about this is I think we should have a pretty robust energy infrastructure to the point that it's good to cooperate with other nations, but if we became geopolitically isolated, we would be able to survive. I think that would be fine. Then I also think when it comes to things like medical technology and food, obviously we have a high degree of food security in the United States, but we need to make sure that we provide such high food security to the United States, and we provide such high medical security to the United States that we don't get screwed over by Chinese. We don't get screwed over by China deciding, hey, there's a global catastrophe, right? So we're prioritizing ourselves first, and you guys can get the scraps. That's fine. Saying that all of globalism is a mistake, I think is cope and cringe. Now, we outsourced our sovereignty to welfare states. Hey, I believe this in the 1990s, and I kind of believe it now. Europe needs to take its own security seriously. And I mean that for every member state of NATO, okay? The United States should not be your military savior. The United States should be a competent ally that a European coalition of states is able to compete with, okay? And so the Europeans should be ready. Yeah, I mean, they are now. Yeah, I agree. Which, weirdly enough, I view as like a political development for the positive. Europeans, Western Europeans and Eastern Europeans, should take their security seriously. They should take the NATO alliance seriously. They should train the way they should basically train for like a invasion from Russia into Western Europe with a coordinated military response from all NATO members. Okay. Patriarch says you got what you wanted, but everyone hates you now. I mean, is it better to be feared or loved? And to quote the great Michael Scott, I want people to be afraid of how much they love me. Okay. So anyways, the climate cult has hurt our development. There was a really funny and fucked up joke that Ricky Gervais said. And I thought it was actually pretty funny. And Ricky Gervais was talking about like the depression and anxiety in the Zoomer generation. And he was like, yeah. So apparently like climate change is a huge concern for Zoomers. And it's actually causing anxiety in the younger generations because they're worried about climate catastrophe. But the truth is, I did a lot of research into it, and it's primarily going to kill Indians and Chinese people. So don't worry about it. And so like that's like it's kind of true. Like it's horrible. Like I was just chastising you guys for the lack of empathy that you extended to Hillary Clinton's client's rape victim earlier. But it's kind of true that if you look at the global warming patterns, the climate change patterns, it's not going to largely hurt Western industrialized people above sea level who have the capacity to either build infrastructure that can deal with sea level rise or move their populations. It's primarily going to affect Bangladesh. It's probably going to affect India. It's probably going to affect China. And they don't have the correlated wealth necessary to deal with climate change. So that's where hundreds of thousands or millions of people are going to die by 2100, but it's not going to be us. So, merp. And also, weirdly enough, China and India and Malaysia and all those countries and Bangladesh, they're the primary people using carbon fossil fuels in order to develop as quickly as possible because they know they need the wealth necessary in order to survive. So weirdly enough, I mean, like, I think we should be heavily investing in fusion, in nuclear, in renewables, updating our grids so we can deal with the AI challenges of energy production, and also the things that are coming down the pipe. But that's kind of like parallel to, but not directly responsive to climate change, right? And mass migration waves were threatening the continuity and the future of our people. I think that shit's cringe, man. He's a fucking Cuban. He's from Cuba. Cubans being in Florida doesn't threaten the continuity of North American, Northern European Floridians. You know, the continuities of our people. Oh shit, I got Cuban neighbors. Who gives a fuck? Same thing with like Hispanics. Now, if Europe wants to take a different tact where Europe says, no, The French people are an identifiable ethno-religious and linguistic group that stretches back centuries and millennia. And therefore, we will accept a certain amount of immigrants, but we are actually going to turn away a large swath of economic migrants because we want to continue our ethno-religious linguistic people. I don't give a fuck. Same thing with the Poles or the Brits or the Irish or the what. I don't give a shit. Like, as long as the minorities that you do have within your population, you don't fucking like liquidate or denaturalize and mass deport, I don't care. America is a civic nationalist propositional nation. Many nations in Europe never signed on to a civic nationalist propositional like model. They've only come to that through the liberal democratic world order that was a part of like the post-war consensus of World War II. So once again, if Poles say, no, we've been screwed over by Russia, we've been screwed over by Germany many times throughout our history, we actually prioritize our ethno-religious linguistic group. We'll take some immigrants, but we're not going to, not to the detriment of the dominant group. I don't give a fuck. Although it does sound dog whistly, right? We made these mistakes together. Characterizing the past few decades as mistakes, I think, is cringe. We want to be proud, sovereign, and vital. Okay, that's fine. And we prefer and hope that we can do so together rather than as a standalone. That sounds like a statement of internationalism, which is the way that I identify. I want a collaborative relationship with Europe. I want a collaborative relationship with Japan and countries in Africa and countries in whatever. But the same way that I think 1 million Americans shouldn't mass immigrate to a random African nation and take over, a random African nation and then outnumber the original dominant population. If the African nation that we're talking about or country said, hey, we love Americans. We want a certain amount of Americans and we want them to integrate into our culture and become a part of our social network. And we're not going to treat them poorly and we're not going to kill them and we're not going to torture them. But we're only going to accept so many economic migrants because we still want to continue our ethno-religious, racial, linguistic group. I don't give a fuck. That's fine by me. Now, it does get a little dog whistly with the country's history, religion, and heritage, because this is the philosophy of the National Conservatives. It was Ryan Getty who brought up a specific National Conservative philosopher. I don't remember who it was, and I think we might have even watched a clip with him. But in that clip, he was like, that's not how peoples form. Peoples form from, tribes of dozens of people who collect into a community, who then collect into city-states, who then collect into a nation. And that's the natural evolutionary psychological way that nation-states form. And it's like, yeah, probably from like an anthropological historical analysis, that's true. But at the same time, like, that doesn't mean that we can't have a successful propositional nation that incorporates many peoples from many ethno-religious backgrounds. So it feels a little dog whistly. It feels a little dog whistly. I don't hate all of it, but I am worried. So,
for the common civilization to which we have fallen heir. And so this is why we Americans may sometimes come off as a little direct and urgent in our counsel. This is why President Trump demands seriousness and reciprocity from our friends here in Europe. The reason why, my friends, is because we care deeply. We care deeply about your future and ours. And if at times we disagree, our disagreements come from our profound sense of concern about a Europe with which we are connected, not just economically, not just militarily. We are connected spiritually, and we are connected culturally. We want Europe to be strong. We believe that Europe must survive, because the two great wars of the last century serve for us as history's constant reminder that ultimately our destiny is and will always be intertwined with yours. Because we know because we know that the fate of Europe will never be irrelevant to our own. National security, which this conference is largely about, is not merely a series of technical questions. How much we spend on defense or where, how we deploy it, these are important questions. They are. But they are not the fundamental one. The fundamental question we must answer at the outset is, what exactly are we defending? Because armies do not fight for abstractions. Armies fight for a people. Armies fight for a nation. Armies fight for a way of life.
Okay. Sorry, this is like the dumbest quote from the thing, and it's also vitally important, okay?
Because armies do not fight for abstractions. Armies fight for a people. Armies fight for a nation.
A nation, those are synonyms, by the way, which feels dog whistly.
Armies fight for a way of life.
Way of life. Okay. Let's break this down. We are concerned about both of our futures. We are not concerned just because we want an economic and security collaborative partnership with Europe, but because we also want to share religion and culture. Now, for this, it genuinely does feel like he's trying to otherize Muslims, European Muslims, from a national conservative perspective. Because if you're a European Muslim, you don't share our religion. If you're a European Muslim, you might share some cultural artifacts with Europeans. You might share some cultural artifacts with Americans. But realistically, we probably disagree on a lot. The way that we conduct our family affairs, the way that we view marriage, the way that we view sex, the way that we view pop culture, the way that we view pop music, the way that we view alcohol, the way that we view tobacco, the way that we view dogs, the way that we view cats. There actually is quite a big cultural gap between, I would say, Muslims who originate from the Middle East and North Africa and attitudes about a lot of these topics between them and Americans and Westerners. So just as an example, I'm going to bring up dogs, and I know it's like a silly thing to bring up, but I just want to tell you about this. So one of my really good friends from college, she's Egyptian, and she married another one of my really good friends who is a Marine, and they had a culture cat. Well, actually, we might view cats a little bit differently, Christian Vlaris, okay? So excuse me. So there's like a authoritative surah where Muhammad says that dogs are essentially filthy animals. They're filthy animals equivalent to pigs. And therefore, you're allowed to keep dogs as guardians of flocks. You're allowed to keep working dogs, but you should not keep dogs as pets. That's actually from an authoritative surah in the that's associated with the Prophet Muhammad. And so as a result, a lot of Americans saw the cruelty and disdain with which Middle Eastern and North African countries treated their stray dog population. And then not just that, Morocco, I saw this on Twitter the other day. Somebody can confirm it whether or not it's true. But Morocco, in preparation for some Olympic Games, they've effectively done a public call for everyone in the country to kill their stray dog population. So that they're calling on the people of their communities to just walk out and slaughter the 3 million stray dogs in Morocco because they're dirty, filthy, disgusting animals that are prohibited from religion. How many times did you have to double cuff a fatty as an officer? Probably 3 or 4 times. Matter of fact, let me just pull it up. That way I'm not bullshitting. Google. Morocco. Give me a second. Morocco orders the deaths of the stray dog population. Now, Russia did this as well, to be clear, but I don't think they tried to do it. As of early 2026, Morocco is facing intense international criticism and accusations from animal welfare groups that authorities are killing, poisoning, and rounding up thousands of stray dogs and cats to clean the streets ahead of the 2030 World Cup. Animal rights groups, including the International Animal Welfare and Protection Coalition, have claimed that up to 3 million stray animals are at risk. Reports are alleging that government-mandated teams are using brutal methods, including shooting dogs, poisoning them with strychnine, and in some cases burning them alive or leaving them in to starve in filthy conditions in fake dispensaries. Okay? And the reason why they're culturally capable of this, obviously Russia did brutal shit in reference to the Sochi games, because in the Winter Games or whatever, they didn't want to have a strychnine. Ooh, strychnine. Is that like the band? Do you think the band Strychnine named themselves after strychnine the poison? Soccer kills dogs. One more reason to hate soccer. So true, King. But anyways, Russians killed tons of dogs, but they killed tons of dogs because they don't even give a shit about human life. Why would they give a shit about dogs? You know, it's a different cultural problem. Whereas Muslims do have the surah, their religion, to fall back on. So anyways, the whole reason why I bring this up is my Egyptian friend's mother-in-law refused to come over to her grandchildren's house because they had a dog, and there's an authoritative surah. Russia did this, but I don't think they did. No, they did do it. They did it for a different reason. Fashion 40, you're misunderstanding me. Why don't you guys listen to me? You listen to me for fucking 8 hours. 5 hours. You listen to me for 5 hours a day, but you don't listen to the words being said. I'm saying Russians do this, but they do it for a different reason. Russian Winter Games dog euthanasia. I don't even think they euthanized them. I think they probably just shot him. Sochi, Russia, authorities initiated a mass culling of thousands of stray dogs, which caused international outrage and drew sharp criticism from animal rights groups. Okay? The Russians did it. They did it for different reasons. It wasn't a religious reason. They just don't even give a shit about human beings. Okay? Patriarch says, we're tired, boss. Well, my apologies. Anyways, to wrap this up, there have been accusations that there have been communities in the Northeast and in Europe that have intentionally poisoned dogs. They leave out poison treats and poison food in order to poison dogs, and they happen to be in Muslim majority areas. So anyways, I'm trying to wrap up this entire thing by effectively saying that, like, this feels dog whistly. It feels exclusive of Muslims. Okay? And I think that we should probably just introduce Muslims to cool dogs. You know what I'm saying? We should be like, hey, listen, Muhammad, Prophet Muhammad, he's based, you know, there's no God but God, and Muhammad is his messenger, but you should meet my dog, you know, Jericho. He's actually a really cool dude. You would probably like him. Yeah. Big in Gaming says, did you see the Muslim activist that joked that New York should ban dogs as pets? Yeah, that went well. Exactly. Yep. Anyways, so the Europeans applaud Marco Rubio because he says our destiny is intertwined with yours. And I think that's not necessarily like a strict applause of Marco Rubio, although it is promising. I think what it's really applauding is that the Trump administration, particularly Donald Trump himself, has articulated a hostility to Europe of like, who gives a fuck what happens in Europe? And so to hear Marco Rubio specifically articulate, hey, as a country, we know that our fates are intertwined. That's probably what they're applauding, not necessarily everything else. He says it's not just technical, and this is the dumbest quote of the speech, and therefore I need to address it. People don't fight for people don't fight for abstractions. They fight for a people. They fight for a nation. They fight for a way of life. Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and tell you, people is an abstraction. Okay. People are real. I'm a person. You're a person. And so we are people. We are flesh and blood human beings. That is descriptively true. However, the concept of a people unified by heritage, culture, shared history, religion, it's actually up to you on whether or not you consider those people your people. So as an example, in Afghanistan, they have a saying that it's Me and my brother against my cousin. Me, my brother, and my cousin against the next town over. Me, my brother, my cousin, and the next town over against the national government. Me, my government, my cousin, the next town over, and the national government against the foreigners. Right? And so that whole concept is kind of like, that is an abstraction. The nation is a synonym with people. It is therefore also an abstraction. And then way of life involves, particularly in the West, it involves mixed economy capitalism. It's mixed economy capitalism, materialism, entrepreneurship, the Bible, the 10 Commandments, our shared military history. These are all abstractions that are derived. The way of life is derived from all these abstractions, and it's an extraction, it's extrapolation itself, or an abstraction itself. So Marco Rubio, unfortunately, I think is smart enough to know this. And that's kind of what pisses me off about him reading that line, is I do think that he's selling his soul. Now, we're still going to be making our way through the speech, but I did see some interesting comments in here that actually added me. So I want to address the ones that added me and also the ones that I think are accurate. Christian Lair says, when the doggos learn to clean themselves, they would appreciate them as much as cats. Sure. Randy Chang says, my neighborhood is majority Indian, lots of anti-dog stuff going through the HOA, lived in Taipei for a bit. The packs of strays were a real issue. Yes. Alan Jaunt says, Connor, you should watch Macron and Merck's speeches for contrast. Marco came to smooth out JD's disaster by reiterating same points in a lighter way, but it didn't resonate in the EU. Okay, that's fair. I don't know, to be honest, real politics is not as popular as watching internet autistic spurgs fight each other. I already spent 2.5 hours fighting my chat about Hillary Clinton being a bad person, and I'm probably spending another hour on this, or 30 minutes to an hour on this. So realistically, I don't think we're going to have time, but I'll take a look if I have time. Alan John says, reception to Marco's speech didn't go well afterwards, despite some applause. Correct. I think that the Europeans were only applauding, hey, American and European destiny is intertwined. Officer Nasty says, did I come back at the right time for the speech? No, this is not the end of the speech. We're about halfway through. We're a third of the way through. Eric Dom says, you got that right. Any European official I've seen talking about the speech was mostly just happy Rubio went through the effort of being diplomatic and stressing the bond. Yes, yes, yes. All right. Anyways, continuing.
And that is what we are defending. A great civilization that has every reason to be proud of its history, confident of its future, and aims to always be the master of its own economic and political destiny. It was here in Europe where the ideas that planted the seeds of liberty that changed the world were born. It was here in Europe where which gave the world a rule of law, the universities, and the scientific revolution, continent that produced the genius of Mozart and Beethoven, of Dante and Shakespeare, of Michelangelo and Da Vinci, of the Beatles and the Rolling Stones. And this is the place where the vaulted ceilings of the Sistine Chapel and the towering spires of the great cathedral in Cologne, they testify not just to the greatness of our past or to a faith in God that inspired these marvels. They foreshadow the wonders that await us in our future.
Aww.
But only if we are unapologetic in our heritage and proud of this common inheritance can we together begin the work of envisioning and shaping our economic and our political future. Deindustrialization was not inevitable. It was a conscious policy choice, a decades-long economic undertaking that stripped our nations of their wealth, of their productive capacity, and of their independence. And the loss of our supply chain sovereignty was not a function of a prosperous and healthy system of global trade. It was foolish. It was a foolish but voluntary transformation of our economy that left us dependent on others for our needs and dangerously vulnerable to crisis. Mass migration isn't some fringe concern of little consequence. It was and continues to be a crisis which is transforming and destabilizing societies all across the West. Together, we can reindustrialize our economies and rebuild our capacity to defend our people. But the work of this new alliance should not be focused just on military cooperation and reclaiming the industries of the past. It should also be focused on together advancing our mutual interests in new frontiers, unshackling our ingenuity, our creativity, and the dynamic spirit to build a new Western century. Commercial space travel and cutting-edge artificial intelligence, industrial automation and flex manufacturing, creating a Western supply chain for critical minerals not vulnerable to extortion from other powers, and a unified effort to compete for market share in the economies of the global South. Together, we can not only take back control of our own industries and supply chains, we can prosper in the areas that will define the 21st century. But we must also gain control of our national borders. Controlling who and how many people enter our countries, this is not an expression of xenophobia. It is not hate. It is a fundamental act of national sovereignty. And the failure to do so is not just an abdication of one of our most basic duties owed to our people. It is an urgent threat to the fabric of our societies and the survival of our civilization itself. And finally, we can no longer place the so-called global order above the vital interests of our people and our nations. We do not need to abandon the system of international cooperation we authored, and we don't need to dismantle the global institutions of the old order that together we built. But these must be reformed. These must be rebuilt. For example, the United Nations still has tremendous potential to be a tool for good in the world, but we can.
You're right. I'm not in the mood for corrections, but I genuinely don't know the difference between speech and speech. Speech with an A and speech with an E. Like double E versus EA. Officer Nasty, / the other people. So I just left it up because I genuinely didn't know the difference when I was typing it in. I was like, what's the difference between these two? And then I didn't Google it. I just typed it in. So I'm going to live with my own mistake because it's funny. All right. So we need to be masters of our own destiny. I agree. Liberty, education, science, pop music, great architectural achievements not only were achieved in Europe during the medieval period and modern period, but we shouldn't look to these things as relics. Speech isn't a word, Connor? Is it not? Is speech with an A not a word at all? The expression of the ability to express thoughts. Speech versus speech. If they literally say it's not a word, that's going to be funny. The correct spelling is speech. Speech is a common misspelling. Spelling refers to the ability to express thoughts or articulated sounds or formal addresses. Literally, it is a noun. Oh, it's because of speak. Okay, so it is just a total misspelling. You can use speech all the time, S-P-E-E-C-H, but the speech misspelling is derived because it's derived from the word speak. Holy shit, learn something new every day. That's cool. What? Dana Calico Cloud says you are wasting my time. Click. What? What? I'm wasting your time by talking about speech? Dana, I'm going to waste your time on way more dumb topics in the future. All right. But anyways, okay. I thought you were talking to me. No problem. So not only should we look to these great achievements and be proud of our great achievements, but we should look to these as the bar with which we should pursue our future. Okay. And I agree with that. Now, here's something that I think is a little dog whistling. We must be unapologetic. Do we? Do we need to be unapologetic? I think there's like the right level of apology where it's like, you know, I don't know if Ved is Indian, but let's pretend for a second that Ved Sunil is Indian. Okay. And he's like not Indian American, he's Indian. He's from India. And we go, hey, I'm of English descent. I'm a part of the Western world. So I would like to apologize to you for the whole, you know, what was it? The Burmese or Bangladeshi famine, right? What was that famine that that Churchill did? The Japanese, Burmese. It was Burma, right? So Japan invaded Burma. Hundreds of thousands of people swamped eastern India. The Indians had enough food to feed everybody, but England was prioritizing its own logistical supply chains during the war. And arguably, there was enough food in order to feed England and to feed the refugee crisis caused by the Japanese. But Churchill said, fuck those starving civilians. We're going to prioritize England, send everything. And as a result of that, hundreds of thousands of people starved to death. Now, I would blame the Japanese, but I think that the English could take like a little bit and be like, hey, man, sorry about starving hundreds of thousands of East Indians and Burmese people to death. We probably could have handled that better. Our bad. Now, at the same time, you're like, damn, Connor, that seems like you're putting your tail between your legs. But then what I would do at the same time is I would say, hey, that whole East India Trade Company where we forced you to sell us spices at gunpoint, that was a little fucked up too. But you know what I'm not going to apologize for you? Compelling you guys to stop burning women alive when their husbands died. I'm not going to apologize for forcing you to stop burning widows. And as a matter of fact, as much as the Burmese famine was super fucked up, and as much as like, you know, making you sell us shit at the barrel of a gun was kind of fucked up, I'm not going to apologize for forcing you to stop burning women alive. You know what I'm saying? I got it. You guys are fighting about whether or not Muhammad was a pedophile. It doesn't matter, okay? If you meet a Muslim who gets pissed off, like I don't walk up to random Muslims and I'm like, hey, your greatest prophet is a pedophile. What I say is maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. Maybe the people who were writing at the time, you know, maybe they just wanted to, you know, just emphasize that she was definitely a virgin because virginity was important during that time period. So maybe she wasn't 9. Maybe she was 17, 365 days and 11 hours old. And so, you know, maybe Muhammad isn't a pedophile. Maybe he's just like an ephebophile. You know what I'm saying? Because it doesn't matter, guys. It doesn't matter unless you want to fist fight every single Muslim about what their age. Yeah, the equals 9. It was a typo. It was a typo in the Quran. She was a 4,000-year-old vampire. Yes. It was an equals 9. It was a, what did you guys tell me the other day about the equals 9 thing? The equals 9, it's something with a computer language, right? What's the computer language thing that you told me about where you said it's like a transcription error, but you had a specific word for it? Yeah, the Quran is an encoding error. Dude, it wasn't 6, it was 16, and it wasn't 9 when the relationship was consummated, it was 19. It was a transcription error. Dude, we just solved the is Muhammad a pedo problem, you know? All we have to do is we just have, yeah, Muslims, it's totally fine. It's an encoding error. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's simply an encoding error. I'm sorry. That's that. Well, dude, we're not soy on Islam. We're soy about Muslims. Okay. It's not whether or not Islam can be used for evil. Islam can 100% be used for evil. However, there's tons of cool Muslims, and you shouldn't go out of your way to be shitty to them. That's all it is. All right. Anyways, deindustrialization was a mistake. I don't know if it was a mistake. It's something that we should rectify, particularly when it comes to critical industries. You know what I'm saying? Then mass migration is not a casual thing to just accept. Feels a little dog whistly, but I'm okay with that. I don't accept unlimited immigration from Central and South America. I think we should have a controlled border on principle. I think we should build the new Western century. I think that it is the sovereign right of a country to control who comes into their borders, and it's not just xenophobia that motivates the desire to control a border and know who comes in. So, yeah. And then he's also arguing for an independent energy and rare earth mineral supply chain. I love all this shit. I love all I love like 70% of this shit. It feels dog whistly. It does feel dog whistly, and I understand, especially if you consider yourself a globalist, you think that we should be in like a post-national international order, then I would understand how you would hate this speech. I don't hate this speech. There's probably half a dozen dog whistles that make me worried, but it's not. It's getting reindustrializing, getting fair economic relationships with our rivals, our rivals and our allies, making sure that we have independent, critical supply chain networks, making sure that we advocate in our people's interest first, not solely, but first. I'm okay with all of this. It does feel dog whistly, but I'm okay with all of this. I'm okay with all of this in a steel man. Okay, in a steel man. But if you were worried about the dog whistles, I'm 100%. I understand. Excuse me. Vince O'Neill says, I don't go around calling Muhammad, but it should be my right to say so unmolested. Sure. Officer Nasty says, oh yeah, Connor, how many Muslim friends do you have if they're so cool? I have 2 friends. I have 2 Muslim friends, I think. So Gassim Eligid, who was he was a community regular, but he's been busy and gone for a long time. I actually haven't seen him in a long time. But Gassim, I consider a friend. I've actually met him in real life. I love Gassim. And then I would consider Ali, Sociologic, who I disagree with on so much shit, dude. But Ali, I consider a internet Muslim friend. And so, also Khazra. I consider Khazra a internet Muslim friend. Right? I love Khazra. You love Khazra. We all love Khazra. So I have 3. Although I think Khazra said that they might be atheist. So I have like 3. If it goes up to like Muslim atheists or like former Muslims, then I probably have half a dozen Muslim friends. But practicing Muslims, probably 2 or 3. Anyways, back to it.
Cannot ignore that today, on the most pressing matters before us, it has no answers and has played virtually no role. It could not solve the war in Gaza. Instead,
all right, Don, that's kind of funny, so I got to read this. Don Wrinkle says, dog whistles are haram, cat whistles, please. That's cute and funny.
That it was American leadership that freed captives from barbarians and brought about a fragile truce. It has not solved the war in Ukraine.
Damn, that's kind of
spicy.
It
took American leadership in partnership with many of the countries here today just to bring the 2 sides to the table in search of a still elusive peace. It was powerless to constrain the nuclear program of radical Shia clerics in Tehran. That required 14 bombs dropped with precision from American B-2 bombers. And it was unable to address the threat to our security from a narco-terrorist dictator in Venezuela. Instead, it took American special forces to bring this fugitive to justice. In a perfect world, all of these problems and more would be solved by diplomats and strongly worded resolutions. But we do not live in a perfect world. And we cannot continue to allow those who blatantly and openly threaten our citizens and endanger our global stability to shield themselves behind abstractions of international law, which they themselves routinely violate. This is the path that President Trump and the United States has embarked upon. It is the path we ask you here in Europe to join us on. It is a path we have walked together before and hope to walk together again. For 5 centuries before the end of the Second World War.
Okay. Khazra says, Connor, I'm not fucking Muslim. Never. I left the religion at 12. Okay. You're my ex-Muslim friend. How about that?
Or the West had been expanding. Its missionaries, its pilgrims, its soldiers, its explorers pouring out from its shores to cross oceans, settle new continents, build vast empires extending out across the globe. But in 1945, for the first time since the age of Columbus, it was contracting.
Muslims aren't a race, Connor. Yeah, no shit. No shit.
Europe was in ruins. Half of it lived behind an iron curtain, and the rest looked like it would soon follow. The great Western empires had entered into terminal decline, accelerated by godless communist revolutions, and by anti-colonial uprisings that would transform the world and drape the red hammer and sickle across vast swaths of the map in the years to come. Against that backdrop, then as now, many came to believe that the West's age of dominance had come to an end, and that our future was destined to be a faint and feeble echo of our past. But together, our predecessors recognized that decline was a choice, and it was a choice they refused to make.
Okay. So Christian Blair says communists being atheists were the least worst things about them. You say that. Okay. But my frustration with this perspective is that if you looked at the Soviet Revolution, if you looked at the Cambodian Khmer, if you looked at the Vietnamese, because they were godless, and they weren't godless as in they were just like, oh yeah, like, you know, just believe what you want to. No, they fucking hate religion. They use that whole quote of like, religion is the opiate of the masses or whatever, and they took it to a huge extreme. So oftentimes they would dispossess the church of property. They would kill the missionaries. They would kill the nuns. They would slaughter and murder the nuns and all that kind of stuff. There were reports of Christian missionaries in Vietnam who had their tongues cut out so they could no longer proselytize, right? And, you know, no, there were like really fucked up things that happened to members of the church in East Asia and in the Soviet Union during the revolutions, specifically because those movements were anti-theistic. And then one of the ones that stuck with me that I really hated, I hated it with my entire fucking body, of communists being so fucking stupid about collectivization. So there was like some experiment, I think it was in Romania, but there was some experiment where they said, oh yeah, well, religion and family are like the opiate of the masses. Therefore, every child born, we're going to keep in a collective area, and it'll just be nurses who come in and feed them because everything is collected by the state under our new communist vision. But what happened was that like dozens upon dozens upon dozens of infants died because babies require physical contact in order to survive. You can't just feed human babies and then leave them by themselves in bassinets for like days and days and days, or for like hours and hours and hours and hours. Connor, you're confusing Cambodia with Romania? Let's Google it real quick. Let's see. Google communist collectivization of infants leads to mass death. No, that's China. In communist massacre, the elderly and infants weren't spared. I think I'm getting drowned out by a Google search. Infants under communism died due to lack of contact. Evidence from historical studies in post-communist investigations indicates that thousands of children died or suffered severe developmental issues in state-run orphanages, particularly in Romania under Nicolae Ceausescu, due to extreme neglect, which included lack of human contact, affection, and basic care. That's not what I was doing. But maybe it was the Romanian orphanage system that I was thinking of, but I don't know. Did the Cambodians do the same thing? Imagine how flat the back of their heads were. Imagine how flat. I hate you. I hate you for me reading an article about tens of thousands of children dying due to neglect and lack of emotional care and stimulation. And you make me think about how flat the backs of their heads were. Okay, so for those of you who don't know, okay, your kids, this actually happens in neglect cases all the time, even though it doesn't kill the kids. Okay. So your kids have a soft skull. Okay. So the kind of like tectonic plates, the skulls, like they need to fuse after a while. And so when your baby comes out, because they have to pass through the vaginal canal, they like get squeezed and then they resettle. And so parents who neglect their kids and they leave their kids sleeping on their backs for prolonged periods without ever moving them or without ever feeding them or whatever, what happens is the backs of their heads, and it doesn't kill them, but the backs of their heads fuse flat because their heads are left on the ground for so long that they just fuse in a flat shape. And so if you ever see a kid, and by the way, I had a kid like that in my boot camp, it basically means that when they were an infant, their parents straight up did not give a fuck. Yeah. Yeah. Sacred Snow says Connor has a flat skull, but only in the spot that understands to house the understanding of defense attorneys. Yeah, sure. My parents left me on that part of my skull for extended periods of time. All right. You guys are evil, but you're really funny about it. All right, let's keep going.
This is what we did together once before. And this is what President Trump and the United States want to do again now, together with you. This is why we do not want our allies to be weak, because that makes us weaker. We want allies who can defend themselves so that no adversary will ever be tempted to test our collective strength. This is why we do not want our allies to be shackled by guilt and shame. We want allies who are proud of their culture and of their heritage, who understand that we are heirs to the same great and noble civilization, and who together with us are willing and able to defend it. And this is why we do not want allies to rationalize the broken status quo rather than reckon with what is necessary to fix it. For we in America have no interest in being polite and orderly caretakers of the West's managed decline.
Mm-hmm.
We do not seek to separate, but to revitalize an old friendship and renew the greatest civilization in human history. What we want is a reinvigorated alliance that recognizes that what has ailed our societies is not just a set of bad policies, blaze of hopelessness and complacency. An alliance is what the alliance that we want is one that is not paralyzed into inaction by fear of climate change, fear of war, fear of technology. Instead, we want an alliance that boldly races into the future. And the only fear we have is the fear of the shame of not leaving our nations prouder, stronger, and wealthier for our children. An alliance ready to defend our people, to safeguard our interests, and to preserve the freedom of action that allows us to shape our own destiny. Not one that exists to operate a global welfare state and atone for the purported sins of past generations. An alliance that does not allow its power to be outsourced, constrained, or subordinated to systems beyond its control.
Dude, Eric Dom says something weird. As fucked up as it might seem, we genuinely recognize asylum seekers from former Yugoslavia by the flatness of the backs of their heads during my childhood, and it never missed. That's crazy. That is crazy. So hold on, let me summarize the content real quick. Force is what solved or will solve Gaza, Ukraine, Iran, and Venezuela. Diplomacy is ideal, but violence is a good backup. I agree with this. We've done it before, and we're going to do it again together. Aspirational statement for a European alliance. We want proud and strong allies who are willing to defend our heritage. Heritage feels dog whistly, but that's okay. It's fine. It's fine. Then we do not want to be polite caretakers of the West's managed decline. See, and this is what you have to compete with, guys. I hate to say it, but this is what I've been telling the liberals the entire time. This is what I told Ryan Getty. This is why I'm telling Destiny. This is what I'm telling you. This is why I'm telling you the post-liberal, Christian nationalist, national conservative vision of the world is one in which the military and law enforcement are strong. They're unapologetic about enforcing the laws and the rule of law. They do not allow mass immigration out of some sense of collective historical guilt. They do not apologize for putting their nation's economic interest in front of others. And as a result, they are not interested in managing the slow decline of the West through weakness. That is a positive vision of the world. And I don't mean positive as in it's good. I mean positive as in they're making a positive argument. Whereas what liberals say is, wow, that sounds scary. It sounds like you're doing a bunch of racist dog whistles. And therefore, because you fucked up the economy and you fucked up a bunch of security organizations, basically like, choose us. We're the lesser of two evils, because if you vote for us, we'll let you get abortions and do drugs. And it's like, that's not a positive vision of the world. That's why I try to tell you that the abundance liberals should become pro-gun, and the abundance liberals should offer a vision of the next great American century and the next great American millennia under their stewardship. They have to make an argument not only about why they should be trusted with power, but what they're going to do with said power. And saying like, hey, like the economy's not great, but it's pretty good. And like, it's pretty good. Like being an American is pretty good and it beats the alternative. That doesn't sell. It doesn't sell to idiots. It sells to me because I look at what national conservatives do with power, and the truth is they fuck a lot of shit up. Have you guys seen the I Want Things to Be Different cartoon? Because this is national conservatism to me, okay? Oh wait, hold on. Why am I Googling national conservatism? And somebody asked, how is national conservatism different than fascism? I've explained fascism a ton of times, but I'll explain it one more time. I Want Things to Be Different cartoon. Okay. So this is national conservatism, in my opinion. I want things to be different. And then it's a guy who's in like a relatively ordered room. And then he takes a baseball bat and he fucking smashes his table, smashes his vase, throws the plants all over the place, smashes his mug, smashes, the shelf and the fucking dresser. And then the third panel is him saying, oh no, for those of you who are not watching the stream. This is what's happening. But the truth is that Americans, especially idiots, are in the first panel. National conservatives are in the second panel. And then we collectively are about to be in the third panel. So if you don't want to be in the second and third panel, and there's a ton of people who are psychologically stuck in the first panel, then you need to offer them a positive vision of the future. And if you don't offer them a positive vision of the future, then your rivals will and you will lose. Okay? Same page? Marco Rubio is going to be the next president? Yeah, unless J.D. Vance gets... I think J.D. Vance is going to be the prince-elect. This is Connor with the justice system. Real serious, I'm going to come down to Argentina and I'm going to choke you with the thousands of Argentinian pesos that you have given me. I'm going to pull out 10,000 Argentinian pesos and I'm going to shove them down your mouth until you choke on your own shitty currency. How's that for justice? Okay.
One that does not depend on others for the critical necessities of national life, and one that does not maintain the polite pretense that our way of life is just one among many, and that asks for permission before it acts. And above all, an alliance based on the recognition that we, the West, have inherited together. What we have inherited together is something that is unique and distinctive and irreplaceable, because after all, is the very foundation of the transatlantic bond. Acting together in this way, we will not just help recover a sane foreign policy, it will restore to us a clearer sense of ourselves. It will restore a place in the world. And in so doing, it will rebuke and deter the forces of civilizational erasure that today menace both America and Europe alike. So in a time of headlines heralding the end of the transatlantic era, let it be known and clear to all that this is neither our goal nor our wish.
Okay. Sorry, somebody asked a question that was important that I didn't address. What's the difference between fascism and national conservatism? So fascism, as I've gone over before, is political corporatism. And I think you guys forget, I'm a political corporatist, okay? I think that it is actually quite useful to conceptualize the nation, which is the people, and the state, which is the government, as a functioning biological organism in a body. Okay. I don't know if I have it somewhere in here, but I know I have national, or I know I have political corporatism in here somewhere. Oh, there it is. So I've been over this before. I'm going to go over it again real quick. So what you do is you analogize the economy to the heartbeat, the heart, the culture to the bones, the skin is the military, training, education, and academia as the testes, hospice, asylums, and public hospitals to the digestive tract, pronatal cultural conservatism that propagates society as the penis, okay? White blood cells as law enforcement, and the government as the brain. And so the whole reason the political corporatist model works is because if you have a dilapidated and weak culture that turns on itself, then you don't have a structure for way people live. You have cancer. Like a culture that is hostile to itself is analogistic, metaphorical to knowledge is stored in the balls. True. And then skin. If you don't have the ability, let's say that you don't have skin, then what you do is you allow pathogens into your body and it destroys you. If you don't have a brain, if you don't have a government, then you basically have mental illness, right? Yeah, we're kicking ourselves in the balls. Weirdly enough, we're kicking ourselves in the balls demographically and academically. It's a perfect analogy. Okay? And then white blood cells is law enforcement. When you have white blood cells that attack healthy cells, or if you have white blood cell cancer, you know what that is? That's leukemia. Or that's an autoimmune disorder. Okay? Economics is the titty. No. But same thing with, by the way, you know, there's blood pressure disorders, right? And there are people who experience necrosis due to blood pressure disorders. So, for instance, like diabetics, because they have poor blood flow, their sometimes their hands, but oftentimes their legs will become necrotic and die. And if you analogize the economy to the heart and the cardiovascular system, then effectively the same way that poor people are on the outside of the economic model and therefore do not have enough to survive, and therefore they either die or become malignant and they poison the rest of the body, that's analogistic to political corporatism. You know what I'm saying? So I'm a political corporatist, but the other half of fascism is flexible authoritarianism. It's ignoring the republic, ignoring the monarchy, ignoring the aristocrats, ignoring the the corporate elites, ignoring the structures of power that are going on, and do whatever you need to do in order to obtain and maintain power. Okay? And flexible authoritarianism involves like a worship of great men who combat within the realm of like politics and power in order to seize power. And the truth is that whoever is in power by right, because they had the necessary charismatic political capital in order to seize power. You know what I'm saying? Rob says, damn it, Connor, repeating propaganda from Big Skin. The flesh lobby should never have been allowed to make everyone grow skin so they could sell us sunscreen. Okay. So anyways, the point is that when it comes to you asked me fascism, okay? You could be a national conservative who identifies a nation state, a nation, a people that you want to advocate for and that you want to conserve culturally, economically, socially, et cetera, et cetera. But if you're not willing to violate the norms and laws of the republic in order to pursue your political agenda, you would still be a national conservative, but you would not be a fascist. Does that make sense? Fell Runner says, my daughter shat all over the floor and I've cleaned it up and given them a bath. Blech. True. Dice 5 says executive branch is the brain, internet wires, the central nervous system. Generally, I think, yeah, the internet, the nervous system, unironically, could be communications networks. It could be cell phone networks. It could be internet. It could be the mail system. It could be the post office. Yes, absolutely. Dice, brain equal internet wires, the central nervous system. Generally, I consider the legislative analogous to the endocrinological system. Response for slow but permanent developmental hormones. Correct. Dice, you get it. Not only do you get it, you furthered the analogy. The legislative system, endocrinology, for those of you who don't know, is hormones. So the hormonal system that's responsible for regulating the function of the rest of the body. Analogizing the legislative system to the endocrinological system is perfect. Perfect, Dice. I applaud you. Dice, I'm making you a moderator for that one. That was beautifully said and an insightful. See, all you twats were pissing me off earlier and making me doubt whether or not I had the smartest chat in Twitch and YouTube politics. And then Dice comes out of nowhere and throws a fucking elbow and proves that we have 3,000 IQ gigachats and gigastacies in this chat. Thank you, Dice. What's the appendix? The thing that's always there and needs to be cut out because sooner or later it'll kill you? Boomers. Urban teens are the tonsils. What part is the B? Okay, you guys have fun in chat. I got to keep the content moving. God damn.
Because for us Americans, our home may be in the Western Hemisphere, but we will always be a child of Europe. Our story began with an Italian explorer whose adventure into the great unknown to discover...
Was it Amerigo de Vespucci? Or was it Christopher Columbus?
...a new world brought Christianity to the Americas and became the legend that defined the imagination of our pioneer nation. Our first colonies were built by English settlers, to whom we owe not just the language we speak, but the whole of our political and legal system.
Nice.
Our frontiers were shaped by Scots-Irish, that proud, hardy clan from the hills of Ulster that gave us Davy Crockett and Mark Twain and Teddy Roosevelt and Neil Armstrong. Our great Midwestern heartland was built by German farmers and craftsmen who transformed empty plains into a global agricultural powerhouse. And by the way, dramatically upgraded the quality of American beer. Our expansion into the interior followed the footsteps of French fur traders and explorers whose names, by the way, still adorn the street signs and town names all across the Mississippi Valley. Our horses, our ranches, our rodeos, the entire romance of the cowboy archetype that became synonymous with the American West.
Archetype, not archetype. You misspoke, you dumbass.
These were born in Spain. And our largest and most iconic city was named New Amsterdam before it was named New York. And you know that in the year that my country was founded, Lorenzo and Catalina Giraldi lived in Casal Monferrato in the Kingdom of Piedmont, Sardinia. And Jose and Manuela Reina lived in Sevilla, Spain. I don't know what, if anything, they knew about the 13 colonies which had gained their independence from the British Empire. But here's what I'm certain of. They could have never imagined that 250 years later, one of their direct descendants would be back here today on this continent as the chief diplomat of that infant nation.
Aww.
And yet here I am, reminded by my own story that both our histories and our fates will always be linked. Together, we rebuilt a shattered continent in the wake of 2 devastating world wars. When we found ourselves divided once again by the Iron Curtain, the Free West linked arms with the courageous dissidents struggling against tyranny in the East to defeat Soviet communism. We have fought against each other, then reconciled, then fought, then reconciled again.
Bro thinks he's Ben Franklin. Dude, he's probably nicer than Ben Franklin, let's be real. So he did say that he does want Europe and the United States to consider themselves distinct and irreplaceable identities, which is an appeal to identitarianism. That he wants to use those identities to restore sane foreign policy and identity. That the United States is a child of Europe, which gained applause. Then he brought up the European coalition that birthed America, which included, to his credit, Italians, Spaniards, Anglos, Ulster Scots, Germans, French, and Netherlanders. Okay? So I think at that point, you can effectively say that the United States is a European descended project. And by the way, I saw a question in chat that I want to address in a second that I think is actually important. So then, by the way, he didn't mention the Irish, but that's fine. That's okay. We came later. And the Ulster Scots are our cousins anyway, so who gives a shit? But the Irish. So he successfully identified Nederlanders. Yeah, the people from the Netherlands, Amsterdam, the people who speak Flemish. And so anyway, so he identified all these like European tribes that helped found the United States of America and how we're a continuation of that great project. What I would say should hearten the Hispanics is that Hispanics, not only is this guy Hispanic, but also he mentioned Spain by name. He mentioned Italy by name. And Spain, obviously, is responsible for Central and South America. So weirdly enough, he's setting up the logical framework while still being dog whistly. He's setting up the logical framework for why would we not include Native Americans and Spaniard colonists who mixed together in Central and South America? Why would they not be a part of the American story, particularly since they are partially descended from Spaniards? Even if you were like a European exclusive nationalist, then you would still have Spanish and Hispanic integration narratives that are right there for the taking. And that's why I'm a Latino futurist, okay? I think that Latinos, on average, have more babies than Northern European whites. I think Northern European whites are going to remain a consistent and undergirding culture and language in North America. However, I also think that Hispanics just on average have more kids, and there's just a shitload more of them in Central and South America. And as a result, it's better to try to integrate them than it is to try to push them out. Right? Jeb Kush says, not to mention, but many states in the U.S. are named using the native Spanish culture built on it. True. I mean, California allegedly only had like 3,000 Mexican citizens in it during the time of the Mexican-American War. So we did not, kick out that many Hispanics, I suppose. But realistically, Los Angeles, San Diego, Temecula. I'm trying to think of what else, but there's a ton of Hispanic names. Yeah. Jonah says us Hispanics are very horny and our women are very hot. Dude. A Colombian girl tried to get me to sign up for a charity the other day, and I was like, I don't know what you just said. She was very pretty. Anyways, but then I think the thing that you guys are worried about, which I would understand being scared of, is you didn't mention the African Americans. Now, I think that the excuse from Marco Rubio is that it's woke to demand that the Africans and the Asians be included in every fucking narrative about the United States. And not just that, but this is a specific speech to Europeans, and therefore we're emphasizing European cultural cross-pollination. But I think considering the hostility and derision with which the Trump administration treats blacks and illegal immigrants and Hispanics and Haitians, etc., their omission from the speech, I would be like, what about the blacks? You know what I'm saying? How do the blacks fit into your picture of a vital, independent, sovereign nation? And I'm sure Marco Rubio's a normie. So Marco Rubio would just say, oh, well, I mean, if the blacks integrate, who gives a shit? That's Marco Rubio. But then I'm pretty sure that, like, who is it? Stephen Miller? Stephen Miller would be like, well, if they don't want to get with the program, we could denaturalize and deport them as enemies of the state. You know? Like it depends on which national conservative you're talking to. I actually think Marco Rubio would be way fucking better as the future of national conservatism than JD Vance is infinitely more nefarious than Marco Rubio, infinitely more so. And I say that knowing that Marco Rubio was responsible for the dismantling of PEPFAR and USAID. But I'm telling you, between Marco Rubio and JD Vance, who do I trust to not actually go after ethno-religious minorities? I trust Marco Rubio infinitely more not to try to denaturalize, deport, and or kill and or overthrow the constitutional republic of the United States. By a huge factor. By a huge factor do I trust Marco Rubio more than I trust JD Vance. Fellrunner for 4 months says, please explain Grill Hottest philosophy to the new people that don't understand the point of the cog. Yeah, I'll point out pull up the coalition real quick. So we are the community of Grill Hottests. Grill is short for grilling, right? So kind of being a normie, having the weekends off, taking care of your family, making some food, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But then Jihadism, obviously being a derivation of jihadism, we're kind of extreme about being normal. Now, we do have like a gooner sect of grill Jihadism who want to, they're dinks, they're dual income, no kids, or they're sinks, they're single income, no kids, but they're also not, they're freaks in their own way, but they're freaks within the line of the Overton window, right? They're not like evil. They're just sex freaks, and maybe they like drugs a little bit. But anyways, the point is, and I'm looking for my political model. It's like my political project is what I called it. I'm looking for like a circle. I thought I did it really early on. But anyways, the point is that the far left and the far right kind of horseshoe up. And as a result of horseshoeing up, they advocate for what I think is immoral and evil shit. Here it is, here it is, here it is. So what I want to do is I want to unify sane progressives, sane liberals, never Trump and neoconservative Republicans, contrarian right-wingers from like the Tim Pool crowd who returned to sanity after the Trump cult, and then whatever people that we can get out of the Trump cult. And I would like to unify them into a political coalition in the center that votes against the fringes. And if you will please consult your screen, this is basically what I want. So coalition Democrats and Republicans, aka the Just Be Normal Party, aka the Grill Hottests. This is what I want. And you could even apply this to the political compass, Mark. If you did an authoritarian and libertarian political XY axis or whatever, you could even apply this where I'm a statist. I'm arguably like a center-right authoritarian guy on the political compass. But from a coalition standpoint, this is the coalition I want to build. So, yes. So if you are into that as a plan, please, please consider remaining a vibrant part of our community.
And we have bled and died side by side on battlefields from Kapyong to Kandahar. And I'm here today to leave it clear that America is charting the path for a new century of prosperity. And that once again, we want to do it together with you, our cherished allies and our oldest friends.
Correct. Jeb Kush says, I donated my seed. I'm better than other Grill Hottests. Indeed, King. Indeed.
We want to do it together with you, with a Europe that is proud of its heritage and of its history, with a Europe that has the spirit of creation and liberty that sent ships out into uncharted seas and birthed our civilization, with a Europe that has the means to defend itself and the will to survive. We should be proud of what we achieved together in the last century, but now we must confront and embrace the opportunities of a new one. Because yesterday is over. The future is inevitable. And our destiny together awaits. Thank you.
He's getting pretty good applause. Uh-oh, he did the Hitler salute. Whoops. Okay. Now, I do think that the applause, bangarang, indeed, that needs to become the Rufio needs to become, the Rubio needs to be more reinforced as a grill hottest meme. But what I would say is, let's say that we do get primaries. Okay. Yeah. And actually, conservative liberalism, you just stole it from me. He's getting good applause in contrast to their perception of Trump as an isolationist. Correct. I don't think they're applauding for the revitalization of nationalism. I don't think they're applauding for a reversing of the, oops, a little Siggy, a little Siggy Hiley. Oh, dude, we need to remember that meme too. Like if somebody accidentally does the wave to the crowd, but it comes across as like a Hitler thing, we need to call that like a little Siggy. That needs to be the meme for it. But anyways, yeah. So the point is that if we're getting primaries, so Randy Chang says we're totally getting primaries. Nothing would get Trump harder than Rubio versus Vance mud wrestling for his affection. Good. Then I hope that Donald Trump is such a fucking disaster. I hope that the Republicans get gaped in the midterms so hard that it's a Rubio versus Vance primary. And then I'm obviously voting for Rubio in the primary. Obviously, even having killed 3 million to 14 million Africans, I'm still voting for Rubio over Vance. And then in the general, if the Democrats run a normie, a centrist, even if they run a Jew, even if they run, Ossoff or Shapiro or Newsom or whatever, then I'm good with that. And I'll vote for a normie Dem over somebody who helped kill 3 to 14 million people. However, if it's Rubio versus a progressive, let's say it's I hate to say this, but it's true. Let's say it's Rubio versus AOC. It's Rubio, bro. I hate to say it. All the arguments that you guys have done before are totally true. Rubio's a part of the admin. He's sold his soul. He's a demon. He's degenerating right before our very eyes because he's carrying water for a pedophile. All that shit's true. But I'm telling you, AOC versus Rubio, it's Rubio. It just is what it is. So, run Newsom. It's that easy. Find a white straight male. Find a white straight male with a family who has normal center left Dem liberal economically redistributed policies, and I will 100% vote for the centrist Dem. So yeah, Andy B says Rubio is going to pull Connor back in. He's going to moderate compared to Trump. I hope so. I hope that's the future of the Republican Party. Cosner says, Connor, it's not consistent with Trump's team's actions. True. It's true. Brother, between voting for a moron and voting for someone who is okay with someone trying to coup an election, maybe vote for the moron. You guys are cute. I hate to drop a grenade like that. towards the end. But see, here's the thing. I think that Rubio is calculating for power. Okay, I think he did go along with the slash to PEPFAR and USAID because he knew that it was going to set him up for a general election run. And I think he does know that Never Trump is too far for the right, and he would never be accepted as a dino. Okay, he would never be accepted as a Democrat in name only. He would never be accepted as a Never Trump Republican. Or he could be accepted as a Never Trump Republican, but he would never win the presidency. And then he would never be accepted as a Never Trump Republican turned centrist Democrat. That would never happen. So he did a calculation during the Trump run saying, if you put me in the State Department, I'll do whatever I got to do in order to survive. But I'm going to, do what I need to do in order to survive within the administration. But then I'm going to do an independent run in 2028 against Vance if we have a primary, right? And so what he's going to do is he's going to minimize the damage he did through PEPFAR and USAID. He's going to try to split the difference between national conservative populist economic rhetoric of the new right. And he's going to try to be more diplomatic and intelligent than, let's say, J.D. Vance or Donald Trump. And so as a result, he's going to try to be the adult in the room. So my fear, my anxiety about this is if he was already willing to sell his soul to the tune of 3 million to 14 million preventable deaths on the world stage, what else is he willing to sell his soul for power? And that, but I do think it's clear that the difference between Rubio and Vance is 100% clear. Look at the Ukrainian meeting between Vance and Zelensky, where Vance is giddy at the opportunity to implode the alliance with Ukraine. Look how Rubio looks in that meeting, where Rubio looks like he's about to walk over to a Secret Service agent, steal a pistol from him, and shoot himself in the fucking head. That's the difference. It's Romney time. I mean, shit, I'd fucking vote for Romney. I'd vote for Romney. Yeah. Yep. So it's horrible. I know it's horrible. And Pisco, by the way, he could totally own me in that debate. Like if he's like, hey, Connor, I heard that you might vote for Rubio over AOC, and I want to pull that apart morally. I'm just going to concede to every single point that Pisco makes instantaneously. He'll be like, he's a part of the administration. And I'll be like, you're right. He's going to be like, he's probably sweeping for pedophilia right now. And I'll be like, you're right. And then he'll be like, he's responsible for the dismantling of PEPFAR and USAID right now. And that's killed 3 to 14 million people. Isn't that bad? And I'm going to be like, yeah, you're right. And then he's going to be like, so explain to me how voting for a social democrat who doesn't even claim to be a democratic socialist, who is barely going to be able to implement their policies, explain to me how voting for an evil person versus somebody whose policies you don't like, but they're not going to be able to implement a fraction of their agenda. Explain to me why that's better. And I'm going to be like, it's not. Okay. You win, Pisco. You win the debate. You win. Okay. You win. I understand the argumentation. The far right is more damaging than the far left. I understand it. Because the far left is so fucking neutered that their ability to implement policy is very neutered. I understand this. I get it. Don't make me change. Connor, make a mind map of AOC policies so we can critique them? No, I would just Google her Boston University stuff. Matter of fact, that's what I'm going to do before I wrap up stream. So, AOC Boston University t-shirt. Okay. So, I mean, those are the arguments for voting. That's the argument for voting for AOC, by the way. Right there. Take a look at your picture. Take a look at your screen. Okay. There you go. That's why you should vote AOC. Hold on. This one was funny. Did you guys see when Aryan AOC came out? AOC did something where she made like some mention of being like anti-mass immigration like one time. Like one time she was like, we need to make sure that we control who comes into our country because we need to manage our social welfare state so we don't collapse the entire country. And then all the gripers were like, based Nazi AOC, base Nazi EOC, base Nazi AOC. And so they started photoshopping a Nazi Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and they did an Aryan version of her, which I'm going to show you right now, though. And this picture was going around on Twitter, and a lot of gripers were like, okay, I'm changing teams. Like, have AOC pop in some blue contacts and dye her hair blonde, and you'll win the Nazi vote, okay? You will successfully peel off 5 to 10. Is it my post? Oh, it's my post. Dude, it's counterpoints _ It's my Twitter post. Oh my God. Yeah, so yeah, if you want to win, run an Aryan AOC. You'll be fine. You'll win. You don't need me. I'll vote for Marco Rubio over Aryan AOC. But all you need to do, dude, like you don't even have to worry about my vote. You could just like you could just dogpile me on Twitter and YouTube chat the entire general election and say, no, you got to vote for AOC. Lesser of two evils. Marco Rubio is going to carry the MAGA movement forward, and we really need to crush them. That way MAGA doesn't come up again. We really need to destroy their economic viability. And I'll be like, dude, just advise AOC to dye her hair blonde and put in blue contacts, and you don't even need my vote. Okay? The amount of gooners who will vote for Aryan AOC is out of control. For every Connor you lose, just don't vote. The amount of goon votes you will obtain compared to the Rubio technocratic bullshit vote, you will win. All right. And then I just came in the worst time or the best time, arguably. Hold on. There's one more thing. What was it? What was it? It's the black guy from 30 Rock. Don't vote 30 Rock. So there's this entire thing. Oh, Tracy Jordan. Okay, so Tracy Jordan, who I think his real name is Tracy Morgan, I forget. But they're trying to do an awareness campaign in order to get black people to vote Republican. And they end up saying, they end up realizing that it feels like phony. And so as a result, Tracy Jordan can't do it. So at the end of the series, like all the black people, he's losing so much credit with black people that they try to figure out how to do it in such a way that it's actually going to get black people to participate in electoral politics for Republicans. They realize it's not going to work. And so what they do is they just make a campaign to discourage black people from voting. So Tracy Jordan's political advocacy is he goes, what's up, my fellow black Americans? Black Americans, don't vote.
My fellow black Americans. Hey, Jack, can I just say black Americans? There's no such thing as black Americans.
That's great. That's why you're here.
My fellow black Americans, Dr. King once had a dream that we all share, to build a 200-foot high wall to keep Mexico out. And he also hated the estate tax.
Unbelievable.
Jack, I don't know about this. What's wrong? I get it. The Republican Party means less taxes, more guns, and the end of the gun tax. Go on. But everybody isn't forward thinking like I am. No matter what, Black Americans are going to always vote Democrat.
They will, won't they?
Mm-hmm.
Unless.
Black people, don't vote. Just don't do it. The amount of time it takes for you to vote, you can play 3 games of pool. 3! And that's fresh. I'm Tracy Jordan, and I improved this message.
Paid for by the Committee to Reinvade Vietnam.
You think I wouldn't join the Committee to Reinvade Vietnam? You think I wouldn't? You think Henry Kissinger calls me up and he's like, hey, man, I want to reinvade Vietnam. Come join my think tank. That's happening. All right. We're at 4 hours and 20 minutes. We got 65 people. Plenty of people are live right now. So like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. We did 3.5 goals today without trying. So weirdly enough, you guys hate Doobie, but you understand I have to keep Doobie around? Do you understand that? He didn't donate $500 today. He donated like 30 or 40. But he pissed off chat and me so aggressively that everybody was like, fuck you, Connor, you're wrong. And I'm going to tell you via a $10 super chat. You know what I'm saying? It's not bad. He's my PayPal. He's my PayPig. No, those are other people. But Doobie does throw cash around every now and then. But I borderline have to thank Doobie for sparking off some spicy discourse. Snickers No says, bro, I forgot about that joke. Almost made me a non-voter there. I have a pool table in my house. I could get at least 5 games in. See? Black Americans don't vote. All right. Let me thank everybody who donated today. Fell Runner with the membership, Grassroots with the 5, Grassroots with the 20, Grassroots with the 20, Anonymous Chatter with the 10, Old School with the 5, Real Serious with the 100 Argentinian pesos, Doobie with the 10, Hedonic Samuel with the 2, Fell with the 5, Grassroots with the 10, Doobie with the 10, Old School with the 2, Abaddon with the 5, Bazraka with the gifted, Grassroots with the 20, Old School with the 2, Grassroots with the 10, Real Serious with the 100 Argentinian, Jeb Kush with the 2, Short with the renewal, Grassroots with the 20, Real Serious with the 100, Grassroots with the 10, Real Serious with the 200 Argentinian pesos, Doobie with the 10, Grassroots with the 10, Anonymous with the 20, Anonymous with the 20, Doobie with the 10, Anonymous with the 10, Real Serious with the 100, Doobie with the 10, Grassroots with the 20, Doobie with the 10. Gosh darn it. Okay, so Anonymous Chatter, Grassroots Hegemon, and Doobie were chipping. They were throwing $10 and $20 super chats at me like I'm a clothed stripper. So thank you for that, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate it. Thank you kindly for your financial supports, your chips and oils. I really do appreciate it. Think about magnets. Wait, hold on. Don Wrinkle says, think about magnets. How the fuck do they work? Yep, hold it down for us poor folk. That's okay. We got coggers who are interviewing for new jobs. There will be a fresh generation of coggers, chippers, and oilers soon. There are lots of young men and women who are graduating or moving to new jobs or getting certificates. Soon we'll all be rich. And by all be rich, I mean, hopefully I'll be rich and you guys will be very happy being the cream of the crop, the economic cream of the crop of America. Real Serious with 100 Argentinian pesos says, I feel like Stolen Valor being named amongst those oiling coggers. I feel like a liberal Ian Miles Chalk. You're not, King. I'm telling you, Real Serious. I know that you're like, 100 Argentinian pesos isn't anything, but it keeps it flowing. You know what I'm saying? Like my air conditioner line is clogged and I had to put white vinegar in it in order to clear the lines. You're the white vinegar of the cog money financial line. Okay. You help break up the clogs so the money keeps flowing. So no, I appreciate your participation. I appreciate your participation within the environment of the cog. It helps keep content flowing. It helps keeps thoughts flowing. It helps keeps cash flowing. I appreciate it. Samson says a lot of shit slinging today, kind of base. We did get into a pretty big fight. We were pretty pissed. Don Wrinkle says, fuck it, subbed. Poor man, Sasan Piker. Jesus Christ. Why you got to hurt my feelings like that, Don Wrinkles? Why you got to hurt my feelings like that? Real Serious says, that's the kindest thing anyone has ever called me, white vinegar. Just be sure to enunciate the vin part. Jonah says, it's like how people are more likely to tip once they see $1 or $2 put in the tip jar. Exactly. No, that's exactly it. That's exactly it. Once they see like the $100 pesos flowing through, they're like, oh shit. Connor has people who donate to him. I actually need to donate. It's not a problem at all. I appreciate it, actually. So anyways, we did do 4.5 hours of content. That's good enough for me. My brain hurts after arguing with guys for 2 hours. Special shout out to Doobie for making us fight about Hillary Clinton. Yeah, see, Dr. Zayas, you knew where I was going. So special shout out to Doobie for trying to give us a 20-minute in and out adventure and ended up making us fight for 2.5 hours. That was pretty interesting. And Christian Blair says, have a good day, Connor, and chat. See you next time. Thank you for hanging out, King. I appreciate you. Thank you to the regulars. Thank you to the chippers. Thank you to the Oilers. Thank you to the community members. It's most appreciated. Fell Runner, sorry for timing you out for 5 minutes, but I timed out a lot of old timers today because they were pissing me off, but it is what it is. And I do parasocially love you guys. All right. I will see you guys tomorrow. Beef ran, I stayed. Another reason to vote for Christian Vlaris as the governor of Gunopolis. Yeah. Real Serious is a little siggy for the sign off. My heart goes out to you. Okay. My heart goes out to my chat. All right. It goes out to my chat. A little siggy before we go. All right. Bye, guys.